Homer, I've got to sneak these valuable artworks out of the White House, but I can't get out of my driveway because of these protesters.
Mr. President, those young people are about to get a dose of reality.
Oh, you want it to stop? But we've only just begun. Once upon a time, Warner Brothers handed Zack Snyder the DCEU and told him to make it as successful as he thinks Rebel Moon was. Unfortunately, what he provided was a bloated, incoherent mess that tried so hard to be edgy it forgot to have a point. Zack Snyder turned it into what Rebel Moon actually is. Claims of studio interference destroying a director's vision were definitively put to bed when the studio chose to release the director's vision and it sucked. Warner's attempt to speedrun their way to an MCU-sized franchise came to an ignominious end, and the sensible thing would have been for it to go away for a very, very long time. But things are not allowed to go away. Like the caged cow, IP must be milked to exhaustion before being sold off for parts. And so, Warner turned to a man for whom milking it is first nature, James Gunn. What his second nature is, nobody has yet discovered. Mr. Gunn's credentials can be boiled down to 1 good Guardians of the Galaxy movie, 3 successful Guardians of the Galaxy movies, and, according to James Gunn, the MCU's Infinity Stones lore.
I made up the Infinity Stones in 2 seconds. I have no idea what... I had no idea that was going to become what it was going to become.
How much credence you give to this notion depends on how much you trust James Gunn. If you do trust James Gunn, you might have been enthusiastic to learn he was taking the reins of the new DCU, and you would have been wrong. Now look, the point of the above is to prove I like shitting on Zack Snyder as much as the next guy with taste and a functioning brain. Yes, his weird, suspiciously robotic cultists are insufferable wankers and half of them belong on some kind of register. But looking forward to the James Gunn-verse because at least it's not Snyder is about as silly as condemning the James Gunn-verse because it's not Zack Snyder. The studio is evidently aware that this battle of the supertards represents something of a risk. Warner Brothers put current Warner Brothers employee James Gunn and former Warner Brothers employee Zack Snyder into Warner Brothers owned Rick and Morty recently in a bid to defuse any battle of the fandoms.
Yo, James Gunn!
Oh, hi, Zack Snyder.
Just saw your new cut of Superman, and word of advice, he's the man of steel, not the man of conversation.
Okay.
Do more shots of him punching, and here is a secret move. Start the punch at regular speed, and then you're gonna ramp it down.
It's not a f***ing secret! I'm sorry, Zack Snyder. I shouldn't be lashing out at you. Your biceps are the size of my head.
Yes, but so is my heart.
So in conclusion, you're both equally mercurial, overly sensitive, clingy, hysterical bird brain homunculi. And I honestly can't even tell the two of you apart half the time because I don't go by height or age, I go by amount of pain in my ass, which makes you both identical.
Though all it really did was make people say, Rick and Morty's still going?
Zack, we're not losing touch with the audience, are we?
No amount of genius can stop your dumb, mediocre, vacuous roots from digging into everything and everyone around you and draining them of any ability to fend you off.
But we are not here to take anybody's side. Sides are for children, and so I am quite happy to nuke both of them. Rather, we are here to evaluate the film on its merits, and I am afraid to report that its merits are few. It should go without saying that you are allowed to enjoy the movie. Ain't nobody trying to take that away from you. Everybody enjoys a few bad things. People like McDonald's and crack cocaine and Diddy. I like watching fat people fall over. We all get our kicks in different ways. The purpose of this video is not to criticize you for having fun much. Rather, the purpose of the video is to apply the exact same standards I apply to every movie or TV show I cover. In so doing, I aim to substantiate the following points. Number 1. Irrespective of whatever fun you may have had, this is not a good movie. Number 2. This is in fact a very bad movie by any sensible measure of writing quality. Number 3. This is not better than Marvel. Number 4. This movie actually combines all the worst features of every recent Marvel movie. Number 5. It is therefore an appalling mess and a terrible basis for the future of the DCU. And before we set about proving these points, it is probably also worth laying out a quick list of counter-arguments that do not apply. These may or may not have been inspired by real-life examples of very stupid arguments drawn from a subreddit that I regret visiting. Number 1. Arguments from comics. This is not the comics. This is not the comics universe. This is the first movie in a new timeline, in a new cinematic universe. Character traits, world state, and plot points featured in comics are not setup beats for events in this movie. There are many iterations of these characters across the history of comics, and this movie will be creating a new iteration. It is therefore impermissible to say, well, this movie doesn't need to explain why Lex is a stupid petty that's in the comics. Like all other characters in this movie, Lex is functionally a new character for the purposes of this movie. It is for this movie to create and define the characters featured here and likely recurring in later DCU installments. Number 2. Arguments from headcanon. If it ain't in the movie, it doesn't count. You can construct a much better story in your head than you will find in this movie, but that is a different exercise. Number 3. Arguments from fun. No, your subjective feeling of fun says nothing about the movie's inherent qualities. It can, and frequently does, exist independently of them. I found Madam Web fun. Batwoman is fun. Lots of terrible things are fun. In the old satisfied pig/dissatisfied Socrates dilemma, the pig has more fun, but it is also rolling in its own shit. Number 4. Arguments from misapprehension. Your inability to grasp any argument made in this video is not the fault of this video or its creator, and he reserves the right to call you an idiot if you come all hot and heavy into the comment section while getting basic statements and positions wrong. Don't blame me, blame your education. Oh god, people are gonna take that one literally. Oh, he's so smug. I mean, fucking yeah, tell me something I don't know. To conclude the introduction, if Zack Snyder gave us a bloated, incoherent mess that tried too hard to be edgy, James Gunn has given us a bloated, incoherent mess that tries too hard to be funny, and though you might find that less irritating, because it is, unlike me, less pretentious, it is nevertheless a very bad job. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's the fucking title slate. Play it.
We interrupt our program to bring you this important message.
The world at present is a very difficult place for young people trying to make their way in the workplace. You're not only competing with old people with a seat at the table that nobody can quite figure out how they got, you're now expected to compete with AI. Recent figures suggest companies are significantly scaling down the amount of new and inexperienced hires they take on, yet this coincides with pretty much every profession undergoing a major competency crisis. These changes are not making things better, but you have never had to work harder just to get a foot through the door. You can complain about this and waste away on the communism subreddit, or you can do something about it, and that's where this video's sponsor comes in. Tripleten is an online education platform offering flexible, beginner-friendly boot camps that offers one of the highest graduation and employment rates in the industry. Whether you're looking to get into AI or generally looking to boost your CV with new skills, Tripleten is worth checking out. 82% of Tripleten graduates get hired within 6 months, and there's a money-back guarantee if you don't find a new job within 10. These courses do not require a background in tech, and they're not just for first-time job hunters. If you feel unfulfilled at work, or you fear getting replaced by some incompetent vibe coder like the types who run YouTube these days, Tripleten can help you unlock the next stage of your career no matter matter where in the skill tree you currently sit. Tripleten offers flexible payment rates for a more affordable education than you might find in college, and unlike the post-colonial premenopausal dance major, you will emerge with little debt and useful skills. Tripleten courses start from just $200 a month, and you can sign up for a free career consultation today at the link on your screen or by clicking through to the link in my description. Don't just despair at the Olympic incompetence of our modern masters. Get yourself the skills and the experience to prove you can do better. Many thanks to Tripleten for sponsoring this video. Now, back to Olympic incompetence.
Please stand by for further details. We return you now to your regularly scheduled program.
First things first, this is not an origin story. Except that it kind of is, because it relies on a bunch of conventional origin story beats, but without any of the surrounding context or the support work. What it specifically is not is a character origin story, because there aren't any of those in this movie, nor does it intend to be a universe origin story. Our opening text lets us know this right off the bat. There have been monsters and metahumans on Earth for the last 300 years. Superman became an anchor baby 30 years ago. He announced himself as Superman 3 years ago, and may have announced himself as the most powerful metahuman of all. The grammar is unclear on this point. 3 weeks ago, he stopped the country of Boravia from invading some place called Jaranpur.
Bollywood films. I mean, I feel like we drew inspiration from the color and the movement.
You know, Bollywood films and Eastern cinema in general is the most important thing to me. So that's really where I take my inspiration for Superman, is from Bollywood movies.
Wow, yeah, I mean, I see the influence, James. You've got an Indian-sounding name in your movie. Well done. 3 hours ago, some chap called the Hammer of Boravia attacked Superman in Metropolis, and 3 minutes ago, Superman lost a battle for the first time. This isn't just movie establishment stuff. This is designed to tell you what establishment stuff you are not going to be getting, chiefly character and world information. Not only has Superman been around for 3 years, 30 years if you include his backstory, but the world itself is not at its beginning. Metahumans are not just now appearing, they have been here for 3 centuries. The stakes are not just starting to ramp up, they are already worldwide. The story is not at its start, it is somewhere in the middle. Now, all of these things will go on to pose a couple of problems for the film, but it's the last of them that poses the biggest problem. Sure, you can skip origin stories. The MCU did it with Peter Parker quite recently. Yeah, you can drop the audience into the middle of history. The Lord of the Rings takes this approach. But what you very rarely see, because it very rarely works, is beginning in the middle of the story. There is a very simple reason for this, and it is called the audience. This setup places the audience in a constantly inferior position. Every single character in this world knows more, or should know more, about the setting and much more about each other than we do. There is no obvious audience surrogate who is as new to these events as we are, and that makes it very difficult to avoid as you know exposition, which is a problem that would cause talented writers a real headache, and James Gunn isn't one of those. James Gunn just says, fuck it, as you know. It's not my intent to front-load this video too much, but it's one of the movie's biggest structural flaws. Unless you're one of the vanishingly small number of comics readers, you won't have heard of many of the characters in this movie. Even if you have heard of them, you don't know the versions you're given in this movie. Nobody going in knows the world state, the relationships, the history, where things come from, or how they work. It implies the existence of an awful lot of world building, and therefore invites significant criticism when that world building is found to be absent, as it will be. The world James Gunn has built has 3 centuries of history to show, if not to tell, and it entirely fails at this task. The problem this poses has very little to do with the suspension of disbelief and a lot more to do with the suspension of all critical faculties. As we will see from pretty much the very next scene, the minute you start asking questions is the minute this movie falls apart. Speaking of, we move into our next scene, which is our first trailer scene. Superman crashes. He summons Krypto. Krypto drags him to the Fortress of Solitude, where we meet K2S, 4, robot number 4. But yeah, it's voiced by Alan Tudyk, and the voice and the mannerisms and the humor are very similar.
No need to thank us, sir, as we will not appreciate it. We have no consciousness whatsoever. Merely automatons here to serve. I assume any doubts about my value have been erased.
You can speed up now.
You're welcome.
So yeah, we're going to be calling him K2S4 for all of the 2 scenes in which he's relevant.
He looked at me.
Do not ask why this mere automaton with no consciousness presents with feelings and emotions, because if you do that, you will be accused of lacking media literacy. Don't get too attached to her either. This is her last speaking line, and that question will not be explored in this movie.
I put your parents' message on to soothe you.
Now, this is a very minor quibble compared to some of the things we have in store, but they didn't know he was coming. It is very important that the robots did not know Superman was coming, and that they have functionally no awareness of what happens outside of their fortress. Meaning that K2S4 put the parents' message on to soothe Superman despite not knowing that Superman was coming or that he needed soothing, because the script says that we have to introduce the message here to set up a fucking Superman sexy time harem of world domination reveal later. Oh, fuck, don't worry, it will get there in due course. The message begins to glitch.
The message was damaged in transit from Krypton to Earth. But what is there? We love you more than heaven, our son. We love you more than land. Our beloved home will soon be gone forever. But hope vitalizes our hearts, and that hope is you, Kal-El. We have searched the universe for a home where you can do the most good.
And now, let's begin! Fucking them all to death!
And the rest of the message is lost.
Okay, but he knows all of that. It's quite possible they wrote the 12 robot into the scene as an excuse for this exposition, but 12 is not a proper audience surrogate, and 12 doesn't need the English translation of this message. She is a robot. The robots translated this message. The exposition is so unsubtle that K2S4 might as well be speaking directly to the camera all through this scene. There were many more artful approaches available. Superman could still be learning the language, or he could have tasked the robots with trying to recover the corrupted part of the message. Given what's coming, it is actually very important that we establish the robots cannot recover the corrupted message, or else that they know precisely what is in it and they are hiding it from Superman. Otherwise, they've just been sitting around incompetently for an indeterminate period of time. Maybe 3 years, or maybe 30 years, or maybe even longer if the Fortress of Solitude predates Superman's arrival on Earth. And before you say, well, in the comics, it's clearly said that the Fortress of Solitude was placed here by Zapdos in the 3rd issue of the Pokemon rap. No, this is not the comics. This is the movie. This is the first movie in a cinematic universe. It is not an adaptation. The movie will be making many changes to comics and their lore. Ergo, you cannot cite comics to support the history of a movie that does not rely on them for its history. If it ain't in the film, it doesn't count. We've had to spend years making this point to Marvel fans. I really don't want to have to go through it again for the dick cake people as well. Like a British person on the first day of summer, which is also the last day of summer. Meanwhile, a new character is approaching the Fortress of Solitude. This is the Engineer. It is at once name, title, job, and description. I don't really know how she got here from Metropolis so quickly, given that Metropolis is over there, and here we're basically in the Arctic, and we established that Superman only arrived here about 3 minutes ago. Surely she can't fly as fast as Superman. And it's impossible to know how she got here so quickly because I have no idea really where anything is in relation to anything else, and the movie will never provide this information. And yeah, I am now going to do what this movie does and explain subtext to you. I'm going to be pointing out a lot of things like this, which have varying degrees of severity, in service of one of the arguments mentioned earlier. Everybody knows how to fault other movies for things like this. Picking just a random example, The Dark Knight Rises has the same time-distance fuckery as Superman does. Hell, everybody laughed at Rings of Power for its time-distance fuckery. Superman does indeed contain most of the flaws of other, even recent media, especially superhero media. In many cases, it takes these problems and it gives us the worst forms of these problems that bedevil other recent superhero media. And yet, the Superman movie has been given, at least at the time of recording, a pass based on no reason more substantive than vibes. If this were a Marvel film, it would be criticized far more harshly than it has been so far, and it would have deserved it. I get that vibes might satisfy your girlfriend. They do not form a proper basis for media analysis.
Sir, you are only 83% restored to health.
What does that even mean? Come on, James. Superman is upset to find that Krypto has gone a bit mad and destroyed large parts of the fortress interior. This is supposed to be funny and endearing.
Superman robots, I thought I told you to keep an eye on him.
I feel like you should have come up with a better name than that.
We feed the canine, but he is unruly. And he realizes we are not flesh and blood and couldn't, in our heart of hearts, care less whether he lives or dies.
Thanks, K2. Krypto begins to bite Superman's ankles, and it's at this point, 6 minutes into the movie, that you know whether you're going to find the dog cute or irritating. Given its prominence in the marketing, you would expect it to play a much bigger role than it in fact gets. The good bit of Guardians 3 showed James Gunn was able to exploit very cheap animals in pain emotional pulls, but then give a proper story to them with something approaching proper characters. I say the good bit of Guardians 3 because the rest of that movie was really quite bad. But alas, it seems as if the lesson James Gunn has taken from that experience is that people like animals regardless of context.
Oh, it's brilliant. It's all just video footage of animals close up with a wide-angle lens.
Crap, that's not even TV.
It's what the students want, and it's cheaper to make than your show.
So here is Krypto. Krypto doesn't get a rocket arc, and the rest of this movie is like Guardians 3, but with worse characters, a significantly worse villain, and incomprehensibly bad world building. Superman, keen to get back to the fight, flies off directly over the engineer, making it quite lucky that he wasn't looking down, or using any of his many superpowered attributes, vision, hearing, and so on, that he may or may not possess in this version of the universe. The fortress begins to retreat back into the ice. It is also quite lucky that the fortress has no means of scanning or observing its own exterior. Wait, didn't James Gunn say the goofy flying shot from the trailer wasn't going to be in the movie? I guess it's one of his smaller lies, unlike praising The Flash.
See what James Gunn said? And I was like, no, I didn't. And they're like, look at what he said about The Flash. And I'm like, oh boy, what did he say about The Flash? He said it's the greatest comic book film he's ever seen. Okay.
Or implicating an intern in tax fraud. This is a slightly unusual structure, and it does give the impression they just weren't sure where to jump to titles. The pre-titles bit wasn't really a prologue, it was there to tell us we weren't getting one of those. Welcome to the story, you've missed a bit, some stuff's happening I guess. Title slate. Meanwhile, in Metropolis, the Hammer of Boravia is shouting at a building.
Your Superman has abandoned you. The people of Boravia will not ignore him inserting himself into our affairs.
Things here could spiral out of control very quickly. If metahumans have been around for 300 years, you would think that some kind of system would be in place governing their use and their actions. We will see a teeny tiny bit of that presently with the debut of the corporate gimmick squad. But what you take from this scene is that Superman is de facto the American superhero. And so his involvement in Boravia means that random buildings and civilians in Metropolis Metropolis are fair game, because, you know, America isn't known to take that shit lying down. You fought some pretty major wars because people have attacked your buildings. You might have heard of one of them at least. It's called Last Week. But I have to stress the point. 300 years. It took less than 10 years for the MCU to introduce the Sokovia Accords. The Avengers Initiative began as a quasi-governmental initiative under Nick Fury, who was answering to the Council. The presence of superheroes naturally raises questions about legitimacy, jurisdiction, oversight, and management, and a believable world history cannot shirk these questions. The movie expects you to accept that metahumans, gods, and monsters have been around for 300 years, but it has no way of accounting for it, and it presents as though they have not been around for that period of time. The movie's sole device is an appeal to normalcy. Everybody treats these things as pretty unremarkable when they occur, which is evidence that they've been here for ages and everyone's gotten used to them. But the way it actually plays out, the normalcy makes the world surreally detached from itself. Sees the film, but a couple of blocks away, all of this is being masterminded behind the scenes, so it is not what it appears, and that excuse people's inappropriate reactions to it. It is not as it appears, in a way that isn't actually going to fix the absent world building and rules I've just identified. Anyway though, Lex Luthor is here, and he is in cahoots with the Hammer of Boravia. So again, we join the film middle of character, middle of world, middle of universe, middle of world building, middle of story. Lex is already a villain, and the movie wastes no time establishing that. It means it's left itself little choice but to backfill reasons for it later, which you could do in dialogue or in flashbacks or as a very last recourse clunky exposition, and the movie is going to do a lot of clunky exposition, but it's going to do this selectively. The movie exposits primarily for its plot, secondarily for its villainous schemes, but actual character work, motives, drives, wants, fears, ambitions, purpose? Well, not so much. In fact, Lex is going to end this movie as one of the shallowest villains in recent cinematic history, but we're not going to jump ahead. You will recall that the opening text told us that Superman has just lost his first fight ever. He is also, confusingly, the most powerful metahuman. But he lost, which must mean that this coming fight scene will be epic, and the Hammer of Boravia will be a new rival to that throne. He will be the strongest, the best, the fastest, the cleverest, most awesome fighter, because he has to be. He's the first person to ever beat Superman. That's odd. It looks like Lex just read out an instruction. Yeah, he's reading instructions.
34B, 38C, 44B.
So yeah, this is What the movie is trying to convey is that Lex has studied Superman and devised a specific moveset to counter Superman's most common fighting techniques. But as demonstrated, it only works because Superman has no fighting techniques to begin with. It works because Superman just flies face first into his enemies and then lets them hit him. And this has to be the case because Lex looking at a screen, then reading a number, then reciting the number over the radio, and the hammer implementing the instruction is a wildly inefficient approach that any normal, unskilled fighter would likely do well against, because the time it takes for a signal to get from your brain to your muscles is infinitesimal. It's much quicker than Lex's process, and you have options. And if you do so much as one unpredictable thing, Lex's time to recalculate would end up compounding his issues. Superman is supposed to be the most powerful metahuman. The movie told us as much. Superman has never lost a fight. The movie told us that as well. Superman is incredibly fast. We've just seen him flying at extraordinary speeds, and he got from the Fortress of Solitude to Metropolis in just a couple of minutes. He made the reverse journey while injured in 3 minutes. The movie told us that as well. Superman has supreme strength and a host more powers in his set, so how did he lose to a guy who's receiving sequential orders of a fucking list? Oh, you might have noticed a woman taking a selfie there. I'm sorry to have to report that this will be very relevant later.
It's like he knows Superman's every move before he makes it.
That's like you don't work here, but you're sitting there wearing a headset and you were apparently involved in this strategy. Could this possibly be a cue for exposition?
Yes, been studying him for years. He's developed over 2,500 fight moves for this situation.
That's really not very impressive. Average Tekken players do that every day, and it doesn't answer any of the other problems I've just mentioned. On top of that, it means there's not even a hint of mystery or suspense about what's really going on. Thing happens, villain is immediately revealed, character exposits the super secret evil workings, pregnant women and people with heart conditions are safe to watch this movie because there are no surprises coming. This might be forgivable, just about, if the time saved in the mystery stuff was put into character and the mystery hook then placed on his motive. Okay, we know what Lex is doing, we know how he's doing it, but we don't know why he's doing it. Who is he in this movie? What's his past? What's his motive? Why is his motive? What turned him into this villainous character with a fixation on Superman, and what does he hope to gain from destroying him? For the incredibly slow people at the back, I once again stress that this is not the comics. This is not an adaptation of a comic storyline. This is not a sequel to or a continuation of a comic storyline. This is the beginning of the cinematic universe. Lex has many motives and backstories across his various comic iterations anyway. Practically speaking, he is here in this movie a blank slate, and it is this movie's job to establish the what and the why of his character as it is presented to us, both in this film and presumably across several subsequent entries. I can't imagine they're going to make Lex Luthor a one and done villain, which makes it much more important that we establish usable things which can scale over multiple films. As one of the most important villains in what you would imagine is going to be an ongoing story, who Lex is and why takes on extra significance. If you ruin him in this movie, I'm not going to take him seriously in the next one. You don't introduce major recurring villains and have them beaten by their own stupidity. Otherwise, you end up with fucking Kang. Superman crashes to Earth and a random local man goes to help him. Random local man will be back later when the movie needs an ancillary character to kill. Meanwhile, the engineer reports back to Lex with the location of the Fortress of Solitude. Oh hey, she has a little jetpack. But she can't have flown all the way to the Fortress of Solitude on that little jetpack. She got there way too soon for that to be the case.
Lex, the entire structure has descended into the ice.
Max Lord, you're putting yourself and everyone else in grave danger. I need you to give me the stone. What happened to it?
I can drill into it, Lex.
Your pride won't be making our choices today, Ange.
Well, thank you. We'll need more than you when we enter.
The naive viewer might expect her pride to come up at some point later in the movie, since it's the first thing the movie has thought it worth telling about her character. I wonder when it will come up again, rhetorically.
The United States will continue to feel the wrath of the Hammer of Boravia.
We'll shortly learn A, that Superman was acting independently, B, that he did not chat to anyone in the US government about his mission, C, that he is not and has never been a representative of the US government, D, that Boravia is an old and close ally of the United States, and E, that this is all pretty common knowledge. So now we have a metahuman supposedly aligned with a foreign state attacking a US city because an independent superhero stopped them from invading another foreign state. This doesn't work. The US would not let Israel, I wonder why I chose Israel, it would not let Israel attack its cities just because Elon Musk dropped a rocket on Tel Aviv. And no, the soon-to-come revelation that this was all a false flag operation will not obviate this criticism, since it is a false flag operation and the US has every reason to believe that the Hammer of Boravia is a Boravia Baravian superhero. All this once again highlights the attenuated world building. 300 fucking years, James. I think the world would have procedures in place for this kind of eventuality. If this sort of thing were commonplace, the world would be constantly at war, and a US government that takes no view on its biggest cities being attacked by their would-be allies is, practically speaking, a non-entity. We are told the US government exists in this movie. We are shown them existing in this movie, but they are not agents in this movie, because James Gunn hasn't bothered to ensure that his world actually works. Nor do any other metahumans, who are many and numerous and who've existed for 300 years, actually operate by any identifiable rules. None of them are involved in this scene because the script wants this to be a Superman moment, meaning that the world seems to operate just by what is convenient in the meta to the writers. Enemy supervillain character manages to beat Superman and is now laying waste to Metropolis. Well, ordinarily you might expect this to get the attention of some other metahumans based in and around Metropolis, but oh no, it's not time for that yet. No, so reasons? Fuck it. Doesn't matter, but just assume there are some, probably. Maybe we'll get around to making those at some point. Remember how obviously absurd it was in Black Widow that none of the other Avengers would get involved against General Dreykov and his army of women that he'd hypnotized with the scent of his balls? Well, we all knew how to criticize Marvel for this sort of thing, but hey, at least it's not Zack Snyder. Friendly civilian man helps Superman out of his own crater, and a passing stranger gives his opinion on geopolitical issues.
Maybe you should have done that thing in Jarhead for Superman.
Thank you for that, American citizen whose city has just been attacked by a foreign super terrorist. That was very subtle. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, a few miles down the road, still in view of the city, the Hammer of Boravia lands at a small campsite. The campsite is owned by LuthorCorp, which we know because there's a big fucking flag that says LuthorCorp waving above the camp, meaning that nobody is bothering to track a very distinctive evilman in a very distinctive suit who just attacked that city right over there? I don't think I believe you, movie. The Hammer of Boravia walks into a tent and into a fucking portal device that leads it back into Lex's skyscraper. Oh god. Well, hey. I'm sure the tent camp with the portal machine is all entirely above board and legal. It's not like Lex could build a secret portal device that risks tearing reality apart every time anybody uses it without anybody actually noticing that that's what it does. And hey, maybe there's some sort of agreement in place that means the state and federal government just won't ask questions if foreign terrorists very obviously land in the middle of the LexCorp campsite down the road from the city they just attacked. This is all very believable stuff. Good work, James. Keep it up. But hold on, doesn't that mean Lex Luthor is able to build teleportation portals? That seems like some pretty advanced technology to be introducing in your first movie, and this entire bit culminates in the Hammer of Boravia being revealed as Ultraman, who is working for Lex, who was masquerading as a foreign metahuman in order to conduct a false flag attack. So, this establishes that Lex is stupidly rich, and that he has a stupidly advanced set of technologies, and that he has his own private superhero who can beat Superman, and crucially, that he is quite happy to break the law and commit treason in aid of his objectives. You might not have spotted it yet, because hey, at least it's not Zack Snyder, but the movie is now broken. 11 minutes in, this entire thing is about Lex manufacturing a pretext he doesn't need to do something he can already do: kill Superman. The movie will proceed as though Lex needs some legally sanctioned way to do this, but he already has a superhero capable of beating Superman, more than one in fact, because it turns out later the engineer could do it too. He also has technology that can remove Superman from the board for good. Magic teleportation portals that can access private universes that the government doesn't know about and can't gain access to. And all of this was established by an act of high treason. I can't overstate this. The movie is broken. From this point here, everything that happens is an unnecessary, contrived, stupid mess that has no reason to exist. It's just Lex concocting a needlessly complex Dr. Evil-style plan to do something he already has the means and the motive and the capability to achieve. It is fucked. End of. The movie can stop now. The only way it can continue is if its most important character has the intelligence of your average Redditor. And Lex is the most important character in this movie. He is the reason this entire film happens. This is a close relative, albeit a worse and significantly more fucked in the brain relative, to the problem in Captain America Brave New World, where evil rotting testicle brain Doc Brock could make Hulks with a pill and mind control people by text. But he didn't bother combining these two things to take out the president despite having the knowledge, motive, and resources to do so. Once again, everybody knew how to ridicule that movie, and if anything, that movie is less broken than this one, because at least Doc Brock didn't have the power to create black holes, big bangs, and universes. Oh, fuck me, we'll get to that in a minute.
Ultraman! You did so good!
So the seeds of Lex's downfall are sown. This is the blonde bimbo taking selfies. It's supposed to be Lex's girlfriend. He delivers precisely one line of dialogue to her in this entire movie. He's not attached to her. He doesn't seem to like her at all, but he lets her stick around taking selfies in his evil headquarters with all his evil plans laid out, because Lex is a super genius villain and therefore a complete fucktard. Oh, hey, Engineer's back! Remember how the opening text established that Superman lost to the Hammer of Boravia 3 minutes before he landed in the Arctic? Well, I guess this means the Engineer can fly from the Arctic to Metropolis in 3 minutes. Wonderful. I do love me some sensible, believable, completely on track and easily followable power scaling. This is how you know Superman is an old IP. It was made at the time when most people liked journalists.
Chinese unelected metahumans think they can dictate international policy? It's outrageous.
I agree. If only somebody had raised this problem in the last 300 years. Clark Kent arrives at work and is congratulated on his front page story. Then he receives a phone call from his adoptive parents.
Me and Pa just wanted to call and say, congratulations on that front page. Boy, that is something.
There'll be quite a lot to say about these two later, as they're in what's probably the film's strongest scene. It is their second scene in the movie. It is also their last scene in the movie. But this scene here, this is really just to establish that they exist, and the sum total of the exchange is, well done on the front page, don't be a stranger.
Pa says, don't be a stranger.
And this underutilization is going to be another major problem, this time on the character front. The movie implies, and one of its most important beats relies, on Clark's attitude toward his real and his adoptive parents. It implies it in the way a computer script might imply the existence of a dependency that allows the script to function. But we've just had half his adoptive parents' total appearances in the film, and they will not be the subject of any conversation between now and the next time we see them. So, though implied, the dependency does not, in fact, exist. The payoff, when we get to it, has no setup. The most you can glean from this scene is that Clark doesn't really think of his adoptive parents much at all, because he's too busy in the big city. You could do something with that, but you have to do something with that. It has to be a point for the later moral debate to function. As it is, you're just left to assume that he doesn't really think about the people who raised and loved him for 30 years. I get that the movie wants to avoid the Superman origin story, but it's actually relying on typical origin story beats and motifs to give Clark anything approaching a character. So you get the conflict of visions represented by his two families, but you get nothing to establish the substance of his belief or its impact on his character. The result is that the adoptive parents wind up feeling unfairly and expediently ignored both by the movie and by Clark himself, until James Gunn wants to tug on your heartstrings. Say, remember Thunderbolts? Remember how Yelena is depressed, but the movie never bothers to explain why? And it actually contradicts what we know of her character in order to make its points? Yeah, it's funny how people knew how to criticize that film for doing a better job with its characters than this film does.
22 people in the hospital, over 20 million in property damage. It does make you wonder.
Wonder what?
As great as he is, maybe Superman didn't completely think through the ramifications of the Boravia thing.
Well, if this guy is even from Boravia.
Odd that you should mention that, Lois. Hi, by the way. It's a very interesting line of inquiry, and you are a tough go-get-'em journalist. It's also a line of inquiry you very conspicuously do not follow, because doing so now risks exposing the conspiracy before Lex has a chance to exposit it at the audience. Further evidence that the film does not know what to do with its implied history. Lois is a tough go-get-'em journalist. Lex is probably the richest dude on the planet. It is known, and discovered quite easily later, that Lex has been funneling arms to Boravia. Yet the movie presents it as if Lois, and indeed all of the journalists in every newsroom in this world, has never even considered Lex in any capacity until just about now. Hey, for one thing, maybe someone should ask questions about that militarized camp he keeps just outside of Metropolis. You'd have to be as observant as the New York Times not to notice it's there. In the Daily Planet offices, we get our first plot-moving news broadcast as the TV shows the president of Boravia, Venjislav Netanyahu, who denies that the Hammer of Boravia was a Boravian agent. 300 years, James. You've had 300 years.
The relationship between Boravia and United States has been like iron for 30 years until Superman came along.
Listen, Big Benj, if the Hammer of Boravia wasn't yours, then Superman wasn't America's. People have had more than enough time to figure out how this stuff works. Meanwhile, at the Pentagon, it's time for another exposition sequence.
What you're looking at, my friends, is the most powerful being on planet Earth. Ultraman. You created this man. The engineer, former special operative whose blood I infused with microscopic machines called nanites, which she can form into anything she can imagine. And of course, you're familiar with my flying armored forces, Raptors. Altogether, they're an unstoppable force we call Planet Watch.
I'ma stop you right there. You can just make metahumans at will. You can make them more powerful than Superman. You can turn them into the tech equivalent of the Green Lantern. You have already broken the mechanics of this universe, Lex, and we haven't even gotten to your own private universe yet. Why one Ultraman, Lex? Why only one engineer? You've got a bunch of Raptors. Wouldn't a bunch of Ultramen be better? Well, maybe there's still time. Maybe the movie will establish a limitation. It won't, but maybe it will. But it definitely won't. But it could. But it's not gonna.
So you want the Defense Department to hire your metahumans to take down the Kryptonian? After Superman acted with violence against our Boravian allies, I think it'd be worth considering.
Big Blue stopped the war. Naive, maybe, but well-intentioned.
There probably was a story to tell which begins with Superman going explicitly against government orders to do all of this, thereby explaining why the government is interested in working with Lex to establish some kind of check on Superman's power and his reach and his abilities. That isn't what we've got, obviously, but hey, at least it's not Zack Snyder.
The country of Boravia has purchased over $80 billion worth of arms from Luther Corp in the past 2 years. A cynic might say that having Superman out of the way might not be bad for business.
So this is a world where the government asks more questions than journalists. That might be the most realistic thing in this entire world, but it does quite obviously pose further questions. Why hasn't this cynicism led to anything, and why will it be parked after this scene? You're a bit put out by Superman stopping a war with what you believe to be good intentions, so here you are about to go into business with a man who can make things more powerful than Superman, who you know is selling weapons to the aggressor in a war you were happy to see stopped, and who quite obviously has shady intentions. The argument Lex is presenting to the government here works much better as an argument against Lex himself.
Well, what's particularly bad for business is dying, and I have a distinct feeling that's where we're all headed with the Kryptonian Kryptonian running wild.
Nothing spells imminent doom like stopping wars and being a nice dude. Good job these people don't know about that world-threatening multiversal portal you've established on the beach just out there.
So we're gonna lock up all metahumans now. If other metahumans aren't going off interfering in foreign affairs, they don't have, and I have proof of this, a hidden headquarters in Antarctica. And they aren't aliens.
Hold up, Guy Gardner is in this movie. He's a lantern. It's not established in this movie, but I don't imagine James Gunn will change the fact that the Lanterns have their base on a planet that isn't Earth. He's also part of a group owned by a corporation. Superman being an alien and having a private base really isn't that shocking based on what we know about the state of metahumans from this movie alone, never mind the likely direction it's going to take. Supergirl pops by for a visit later, and oh boy, is that going to cause us some problems. This story doesn't seem designed to persuade the people it's being told to, but it doesn't work if you take it as an expression of Lex's motive either. Why do you hate Superman so much? Well, Superman, he's an alien, and he has an ice palace, so he's evil, all right? Just source, trust me, bro.
Shouldn't all that be more than enough for Planet Watch to at least bring the Kryptonian in for questioning?
Why? Why not just ask Superman to come in for a debrief after Boravia? Are we to infer that the government has never had a chat with Superman about anything? That it's never even asked him to have a chat about anything? Because later in the movie, it's kind of implied that he does or could at least speak to the President and the Secretary of Defense from time to time. I don't think Nice Man with Ice Palace is mysterious enough to hand over planetary security to a man who looks like an evil sex toy who has already privately made metahumans more powerful than Superman.
Admittedly, I'm not comfortable with a being as dangerous as him on the loose.
Okay, so you'll be confiscating Ultraman, right? After 300 years, you'd think the whole alien thing might have become a little bit less remarkable. Did not the movie tell us that we had been in the era of gods and monsters? You can't lean on normalcy when it suits you and then pretend it's abnormal when it doesn't. That's just cheating, James.
Superman is popular. Less so every day, according to chatter online.
Twitter isn't real life.
Not to mention the potential risk of failing to contain. I assure you, Secretary, we can contain him.
Or you could just ask him in. There is literally no reason not to just ask him nicely, except that the movie would rather you not consider doing that. Generic government goon says, "Hey, yeah, we could use kryptonite." But Lex says there's no kryptonite left anywhere on the planet, leaving you to wonder where it went and what it was used for and why. Until you remember that this isn't Zack Snyder, so like questions like that, they just don't matter. 6 out of 10 movie is what it is, honestly.
What it doesn't matter, Lex, because without solid proof of malicious intent, it's just not worth the risk.
And that's it. The government will do nothing. It won't ask Superman for a chat. It won't investigate the Ice Palace. It won't ask any other metahumans who know Superman what they know about him, because all this would turn up completely innocent explanations, and we need to not have those. Meanwhile, at Lois's apartment, Clark is cooking her breakfast for dinner because this is funny. We learn that they've been in a relationship for 3 months and that Lois knows he is Superman.
It's very funny today.
What?
It's hilarious, the little back and forth we had going. You giving me guff for my article?
I hate this theme. This theme pops up every single time we have a romance scene. There's no variation in it, it's just the boring Lois love theme. Hey, remember how the Snyderverse had the war crimes yodel whenever Wonder Woman was on the scene?
You came to get me.
I mean, it's not quite as offensive, but everyone knew how to criticize the poor music choices when it was the Snyderverse.
Are you being serious right now?
Yeah.
You'd let me interview you as Superman.
Sure.
Now, if the movie had really leaned into Superman's growing unpopularity because of his foreign interventions, if he was already in quite significant trouble and the government was investigating him and public opinion was decidedly against him, you could maybe have Lois persuade him to do an interview against his better judgment in a bid to control the damage. One random dude earlier saying, "Oh dear, maybe you shouldn't have done the plot thing," that doesn't really accomplish this, and we'll find out later that all the negative online traction is being faked by Snyder fans, which means A, there's no particular reason for Clark to say yes to this interview, and B, there's no explanation for why this is the first time such an interview has popped up in conversation. You can't be telling me that Lois Lane, the cutting-edge, hard-hitting journalist, wouldn't have tried this before. In my rewrite, we could include that she had tried before but had been rebuffed, and that Clark agrees to it now because of the unique circumstances he's in. The movie's version, though, just has it come up for the first time without any reason it should come up for the first time, despite everything we know about Lois in particular saying it should have come up several times already. The interview itself takes up more time than it establishes anything useful. It does some good work. We establish that Clark gets defensive under pressure, that he doesn't handle scrutiny well, that he's prone to closing up and even running away rather than dealing with something that is personally difficult. We're not gonna do much with that later, but it's at least a characteristic. We probably need a few of those, given we're 20 minutes into a Superman movie. It also establishes his naivety, and this, well, conceptually it's fine. Raised in rural Kansas, coming onto the scene just recently, only 2 years of being Superman, I suppose you can get away with a degree of naivety on his part. He's still figuring out his place in the world, how he fits in. His power opens up new possibilities, and the constraints of geopolitics are frustrating him. Though the way the scene plays out, you're left with the impression not just of naivety, but of sheer gullibility and ignorance. It's not that Clark doesn't know the answers to these questions yet, it's that he seems never to have even considered them before. And the man is 30 years of age. His outlook is what you'd expect in the kind of early years part of the origin story that this movie doesn't want to depict. In short, going for a degree of naivety was probably the right call, but going for this much naivety risks being unbelievable. And then it establishes a thematic point that is definitively bad. Because while this scene implies there are moral trade-offs to personally intervening in foreign conflicts, the end of this movie says this is absolutely fine, actually. In fact, corporate-backed metahumans intervening in foreign conflicts is a really good thing so long as they do it with the right reasons. Hooray for corporations! I heart anarcho-capitalism. What we know about Superman so far is that he is a nice, slightly naive dude with great power and good intentions. He's going to end the movie as a nice, slightly naive dude with great power and good intentions. The second act low point will be other people doubting that he is a nice, slightly naive dude with great power and good intentions, but by remaining a nice, slightly naive dude with great power and good intentions, the world will eventually come to see that Superman is really, indeed, genuinely a nice, slightly naive dude with great power and good intentions. Remember how the problem with so many modern female characters is that they are all unchangingly perfect and overpowered, and their story is that they remain the same until everybody loves them, even as they do some morally dubious shit that their movies don't really acknowledge as such. Hello, Ray. Hi, Carol. Everybody knows how to criticize Mary Sue characters, but if you give Mr. Cornsweat Booba and Vajizzle, a large part of the distinction will disappear. Superman dealing with real-world issues, then, is like Thunderbolts tackling mental health. It really doesn't, but we should definitely applaud it for doing so.
Now, there are an awful lot of people out there maintaining you're here for more nefarious purposes. Hashtag super spy, hashtag super shit.
Super shit? Come on, Lois. You know that one specifically irritates me.
This is on the record, Clark.
Banded together from remote galaxies are 13 of the most sinister villains of all time. Only one group dares to challenge this intergalactic threat. The Super Friends.
Lois points out that some people believe Superman is on Earth for nefarious purposes and references the hashtags super spy and hashtag super shit. And Clark leaps out of his seat and shrieks that Lois knows that super shit specifically irritates him.
Why? Why that's tame. Come on.
I guess it just does. It hits him a particular way. People are like,
you never know what's going to bother him, but super shit, that one is the one that really annoys him.
I like that I would have reversed it, super spy, because then you can make a character point of that. Because what is super spy kind of entails is an accusation that you're not really one of us. You've come from somewhere else. You aren't human. You have ulterior motives. Like that's the one that gets to his core idea of who and what he is. Because it's denying that he belongs in this place and that he's doing things out of the goodness of his heart. It challenges his moral authority. If you're going to be pissed off by one, trying to other him in that way should be the one to pick up on, because it's more of a story accusation as opposed to just super shit. I don't like that one. Why?
That one causes him to crash out.
This is what you do every time you're faced with conflict. You get mad, you pout,
I'm not
and you
mad.
pretend like nothing's wrong.
Nothing is wrong. Look, I gave you a nice long interview. Longer than I ever gave myself, by the way.
Oh, you can time your imaginary interviews with yourself? That's a thing you can do?
Not for nothing, but did he not leave the Fortress of Solitude with only 83% of his health bar to go back into conflict? Is him rushing into conflict not the reason this interview turned into an argument? Is it not the reason he's in trouble to begin with? You could establish a difference between conflict personally and conflict generally, have Lois throw out that he always does this when she asks him about himself. You could have her point out that maybe he rushes into other people's battles to avoid dealing with his own. You could have her make clear that they've tried this interview thing before and it always ends this way. That would justify the accusation. At present though, this charge contradicts everything we've actually seen of his character, as well as the idea that this is the first time Lois has interviewed him. How does she know this always happens if it's never happened before? Because this is the first interview he's given. So yeah, the idea is fine in principle, but the delivery fails because we don't actually have any real characters in the movie yet. Nothing has so far been established, so anything goes, even if it contradicts things we've already seen. The scene ends with Lois lamenting that she is shit at relationships and she knew this wouldn't last. And Clark leaves, which in turn poses a problem, because if Clark believes the relationship might be over, then shouldn't he be worried that Lois knows his true identity? It feels like something a character might consider. It feels like something a character might have to grapple with. It feels like something a character would be concerned about. Why is Selfie Girlfriend here? Why have you brought her on this mission to this place?
But how are we going to gain access?
Oh, ye little thing.
Yeah, no, that's just bullshit. There is a reason the fortress emerges for them. Someone on the team has Superman's DNA, but at this point in the film, Lex does not know how the fortress works. He only located it a few minutes ago. He knows nothing about it. He presents as confident because he's read the script, but this scene cannot actually proceed as it does, nor does it need to. The movie had the engineer suggest digging down to the fortress. If the movie had wanted to put Superman in more danger, it could have had the government working with Lex by this point. They could dig down to the fortress, which would have the added bonus of the government being present for the all-important discovery of the message, thus saving us some very clunky exposition later. But no, Lex just knows how it works, even though he knows nothing about it and doesn't know what he'll find inside. Speaking of...
preemptively put up this soothing. I do apologize, but this is a restricted area.
Oh, bother, I preemptively played the message to soothe you, even though I didn't know you'd need soothing, in order to ensure that the villains can learn about the message, because the plot couldn't think of a better reason, and without the message, they'd be screwed. Please leave this restricted area that isn't restricted because we don't have fucking cameras outside or any means of restricting it. You're just a shit K2 is what you are. Being shit it, the robots do not put up much of a fight, and Ultraman and the engineer dispatch them with ease. Lex walks through the carnage with all the confidence of a man who can only see a green screen. The movie is very much concerned with making Lex seem cool rather than portraying him as a human being, which is a missed opportunity. His attitude upon seeing and entering this place could have told us more useful things about who he is and how he thinks and why he fixates on Superman. Of course, that would require that the movie has interesting ideas for Lex's character, and it doesn't. He's just a generic bald douche. The worst kind of douche. Crypto attacks the engineer but is immediately subdued so that we can have a save the dog motive for later.
All right, got him!
That's what we came for. Hopefully there's something on here we can use to convince the general Superman requires immediate action.
This is what we came for, whatever it is. We definitely came for it. Hopefully it exists. What's that? How do we, humans from the planet Earth, possibly hope to interact with a Kryptonian computer system? How can we understand anything on it? How do we know anything about it? How can we fix a message the Kryptonian-made robots haven't been able to fix themselves? How could we even begin to translate the language if we do fix the message? Fuck it. Details, right? This is a James Gunn movie. Who cares?
I can't stand the metahumans, but he's so much worse.
I'm sorry, haven't you just made a bunch of them? Also, why is Superman so much worse? At some point it'd be really good to get a handle on your motive and your worldview, Lex.
Superman. He's not a man. He's an it. A thing with a cocky grin and a stupid outfit that somehow become the focal point of the entire world's conversation.
That really is it, isn't it? That's all we got. Lex doesn't like Superman because he doesn't like Superman. Fuck it, if it's good enough for Reddit. It's at this point that some wanker will pop up and say, but in the comics, Lex is petty and therefore this is absolutely fine. Thereby condemning the comics because that is ridiculous. There is lots of terrible stuff in the comics. It is not an excuse for putting it in your movie. Meanwhile, in the comics...
we call him Hemogoblin.
Hemogoblin.
God. Oh my God. He's got a One Piece on. This guy is trying to be sexy and spread AIDS at the same time.
So instead of fucking you, he bites you with AIDS.
Oh God.
Oh my God.
Oh my God.
I like the way
these nuts. He's surprisingly ripped for a guy who's like walking AIDS. That's
Hey, though, look at those fucking quads. Holy shit.
He gives you AIDS, he doesn't take it.
Oh, okay. He's just a carrier.
Yeah, he gives you HIV, then it turns into AIDS. He's always got HIV. It never develops.
See, if people were like the comic monsters, like if they were preaching and saying they want to see the edgier parts, like the fucking AIDS vampire be put to screen, I would be behind them then. But it just seems like they always have the shittiest arguments when it comes to comics, because there's some juicy shit in there that can make a fucking funny movie.
Oh yeah, you could put him in a TV show where the Hemogoblin is going, I'm going to give you AIDS, and he's chasing you through the streets, and then the Punisher just shoots his head off.
Quickly, we have to stop the Hemogoblin attacking the Pride Parade.
Yeah, the fact that I've never heard of this guy after all these years is just a failure.
Here's another look at Hemogoblin.
That's the fucking face, man. His reaction to it.
He's made by white supremacists to give black people AIDS. That's his origin.
Pettiness is fine as a characteristic, as one part, even as an important part, of a character. It is not sufficient as character itself. It is fundamentally uninteresting and silly, and pointing out that some comics are also uninteresting and silly does not excuse it. Lex is an incredibly important character. Everybody knew how to criticize it when Kylo Ren was just angry for reasons, and Snoke was an ugly scrotum of nothingness. But fuck it, this movie gets a pass because it's not Zack Snyder.
Nothing's felt right since he showed up.
I know, Lex. I've sacrificed my own humanity to help get rid of it.
Oh, fuck me. It's like if Gal Gadot was written by George Lucas.
We don't have time for a control group. Is it a risk? Yes, but it's necessary.
Why? Because of your guilt?
We'll never find out why, by the way. Not in this movie anyway. The engineer is what she is and she does what she does because she is what she is and she does what she does. And if you want better characters, you are just a hater. The engineer glumps onto the computer because this is a thing she can do, and she uses the awesome power of nanites and imagination to extract and repair the message. While she does this, Lex explains that he has created a distraction to keep Superman away, because just as his secret fortress of Solitude has no cameras, nor does it have any way to let him know what's happening there, and just by chance, Superman did not fly back to his fortress of Solitude after his fight with Lois, because we know he can make that trip in 3 minutes, so if he decided to do that, none of this could have worked, making it quite lucky that he decided not to do it. Lex's plan, to manufacture a legal pretext for getting rid of Superman, remember, is to illegally release a kaiju in the middle of Metropolis. I know, I'm gonna have to keep repeating it. It's gonna get really boring. But you can't have a character restrained by his obeisance to the law and have him demonstrate all his plans by showing how much illegal shit he's willing to do to get there. The kaiju fight scene has 3 main purposes. Number 1, show Superman saving people. Number 2, introduce the corporate gimmick squad known temporarily as the Justice Gang. The Justice Gang is composed of Hawk Girl, Mr. Terrific,
I'm not into people's emotions.
and Mum Cut His Hair Man, who is a lantern. Oh, also, number 3, show that Superman is good people. The first is accomplished expediently. You will note that this kaiju is rather large and is in the center of the city. It had to both grow to this size and make its way to this square. Yet to show Superman saving people, the film proceeds as though it popped into existence just as the camera started rolling, which is why you have a gaggle of people who've only just noticed it. People in the surrounding building still standing right next to their windows, and this little girl here who's just scuffing her foot on the pavement waiting for a trailer shot. The second purpose represents the film's one and only effort at actually incorporating some of its 300 years worth of metahumans, and it's an inadvertently good representative of the overall problem. A, there are only 3 of them, and they only appear when the plot finds it convenient, remaining totally absent when the plot finds them inconvenient. B, of the 3, only Mr. Terrific will play a meaningful role in this story. Mum Cut His Hair Man has only the beginnings of characterization, and Hawk Girl doesn't even have that. C, they are owned and managed by a corporation, which implies arrangements the film simply cannot accommodate in any meaningful way. D, despite this, they still haven't decided what their group is called, which mirrors James Gunn's macro world-building problems. Despite 300 years of history, everything obviously just spawned about half an hour ago, and nothing feels like it belongs or is established yet. The third purpose is fine as an ambition, but it is also quite bland and will be poorly served by the rest of the story. Superman wants to neutralize the kaiju humanely, preferably keeping it alive so it can be sent to an alien zoo somewhere. I remind the movie that Lex Luthor finds the existence of one alien to be an intolerable threat to something or other, because it seems to have forgotten. The Justice Gang, however, they take it out violently and it dies. This is because he's nice. He's good people, is Superman. He's so nice, he's such good people, that his moral concerns can't be allowed to actually produce any meaningful character reaction. We can't have him lose his temper with anybody because they are being unkind, because, if we were to do that, that might imply that there is a character here who has to grow and mature, and we're not going to be doing that. We don't really think that's important for Superman in this movie that is called Superman. Now, ideally, Surely something would come along in short order to fundamentally challenge Superman's nature. His actions will have severe and unintended consequences. He will have to grapple with reality and in doing so, overcome his naivety. Superman will have to have a meaningful second act reversal and then return to his good nature with a newer and more mature perspective, having been changed by his experience. What I'm describing here is just the basic skeleton of what we traditionally call an arc. Arcs can take many forms. They can use different narrative devices, they can stress different points, they can reach different conclusions. The point, though, is to give your character dynamism, to have them change in some way, to have them grow in order that the story can be said to have a purpose. When characters do not have arcs, they are invariably flat. The story is almost always meaningless, and the film has nothing in particular worth saying. And when these characters are women, we typically call them a Mary Sue. They were perfect all along. The world was wrong. In time, the world sees the truth. Everybody remembers that they love the protag. While this is all too common an approach to modern female characters, we've seen a fair few male equivalents in recent times. Captain Falcon in Brave New World is a very good example. As I pointed out in my review of that terrible movie, he begins the story as awesome, invincible, and right about everything. His second act low point has no bearing at all on anything he's actually done. It isn't a response to any mistake he's actually made. Rather, it comes when Eagle Twink faceplants a missile for no particular reason. This causes Captain Falcon to momentarily doubt that he is awesome, invincible, and right about everything, but by the end he and everyone around him acknowledges that he is, in fact, awesome, invincible, and right about everything. Everybody knew how to criticize the Captain Falcon movie. Let's see what Superman has to offer. Look, I know we're in an era of gods and monsters or whatever, but I think the news media would probably be too distracted by the Godzuki fight scene in the middle of Metropolis for this story to be leading on the plot billboards so soon.
28 of the world's top linguists have confirmed the translation, and 30 of the top forensic computer techs have confirmed the validity of the footage itself. Any chance they're mistaken? No. You have the footage? Yes.
It probably says something about the state of the real world that when hearing that 100 intelligence analysts or 58 economists or 9,000 scientists have confirmed a story, I automatically assume that it's bullshit. Apparently lots of people assumed this was bullshit. It's not bullshit. James Gunn has many people in the movie confirm that it is not bullshit. People were still finding it very hard to believe that this wasn't bullshit, so James Gunn confirmed in interviews that it isn't bullshit, and still you'll find people in comment sections saying, as if you took the message seriously, it's obviously bullshit. The news plays the recording of Superman's birth parents that Lex stole from the Fortress of Solitude. Superman really should know exactly what this means right away, and I'm really not convinced he'd stick around here for the big reveal. The news plays the anodyne section of the message we're all familiar with, translated into English from Kryptonian overnight.
I don't get it. What's bad about that?
A lot, actually, but it's about to be overshadowed by something much, much worse.
People there are simple and profoundly confused, weak of mind and spirit and body, and lord over the planet as the last son of Krypton.
As many lives as you can, so your genes and Krypton's might and legacy will live on in this new frontier.
To us proud, our beloved son, rule without mercy.
The biggest question that people have asked, probably you already, is about Jor-El and Lara's message. Is it real? Has it been doctored? Is that the actual
How
message?
can someone not think it's real?
I'm just saying.
How can someone, I don't understand. Like, we did this, so in the test screens, people were like, is it real? You know, with AI, nobody trusts anything. Okay, in the movie.
And you make a point of saying, Mr. Terrific says it's real.
Mr. Terrific says, I know those computer forensics guys, there's no way. That's Mr. Terrific, as smart as Lex Luthor. Then I have Maury, the Secretary of Defense, say, I think whatever you think about Luthor, but it's real. And then the clincher is that Gurkos and Lex are walking together.
Right.
And, you know, Gurkos says, you doctored a message. This is great. And Lex says, it's not a message. It's not doctored. Right. It's real. And who thought his own parents would be the ones to bring him down?
Okay. We just clarified. Just for the record. I just want to get it done.
Oh no, how inconvenient that that bit of the message was cut off. How inconvenient that the Superman robots couldn't fix it. How inconvenient that the film hasn't yet decided Supergirl should have a cameo, so there's not been another Kryptonian around for him to ask, even though she was around because she came by to drop her dog off before the movie started. How inconvenient that the Superman robot should have played the message when Lex arrived. How inconvenient that he used magical bullshit nanites to turn a plank of an actress into a humanoid hack chip that could interface with alien computers and extract and repair alien messages before he knew that this is what he wanted to use her for. How inconvenient that Earth has linguists who can translate an alien language never before spoken on Earth overnight so that it can hit the news in the morning. Though these are but minor quibbles. I have no attachment to the comics, so I have no interest in making arguments from lore or adaptation. I don't care if this corresponds with or breaks his parents' character in other media. I do care that it is fucking hilarious that they should have commanded him to make a super fascist harem and wipe out anyone who wouldn't sleep with him.
Well, there's only one immigration policy that I believe in, and that's f them all to death. F them all to death. Let's make this country great again. F them all to death. And then I'm gonna take all the drug pushers in our country, and I'm gonna f them. Where do you know those people in Syria? I'm gonna f them. That's why I will make sure that every terrorist on Earth is dead. Leaders of North Korea, I'll f them all. Yeah.
But I particularly care because I now know definitively that the movie will do nothing interesting with its protagonist. Older media is primarily useful as a comparator. Things are not necessarily better or worse because they correspond or don't to older media, but where older media does something better than newer media, it becomes legitimate to raise the point. Older Superman stuff has done this better. Consider what the movie is going for here. This Superman idolizes his real parents, and that message is the most important thing in the world to him. We know that because it's in a single line of dialogue, and that's how character writing works. The half of the message he's heard was benevolent. The rest of the message has just now been revealed as very, very sinister. So theoretically, we have a conflict of visions. If Superman adores his real parents, should he not do what they say? If their message has defined him, should it not continue to do so? How will he square the contradiction between the ideal now set before him and the person he has already become? This debate isn't new to Superman in comics or in movies. But previously, the moral debate has been, a debate. Both sides have merits. The counterpoint has a point. There are good reasons for doing one thing or the other, or both. How the character navigates these things is what makes him a character. Where the debate is between, say, benevolent dictatorship and chaotic humanity, or between being a shepherd or being a man, we and Superman are invited to consider just who and what Superman is, what it means to be so powerful. The argument is supported by reference to commonly known human vices: war, violence, injustice. If you have the power to mitigate these things, Superman, should you not mitigate these things, even if the result is in some essential way illiberal, totalitarian even? Do you have to rise above humanity to save humanity? It's one of the best tools available to make Superman a compelling character. He's otherwise hamstrung to a large degree by his own powers. When you're invincible and unstoppable, it's hard to place the real stakes in any fight scene. But as a living being, as a rational agent, as a representative of two species and of two worlds, as the protector of one, the moral dilemma is potent, but not so in this movie. This movie has ended the moral debate in its attempt to introduce it. The counterpoint is so obviously absurd, so obviously evil, so obviously against the only things we know about this Superman, that he is basically just nice and naive, that the answer can only ever be one thing. Should you save humanity no matter the cost is a rich moral question. Should you be nice or become sex Hitler? That is not a rich moral question. There is no debate to be had. There is no chance of a debate. There is no arc. Hey Superman, are you good people? Yep. Hey Superman, your parents were evil. Are you still good people? Yep, but I'm a bit sad, I guess. Hey Hey, Superman, are you still good people? Yep, and I'm feeling better. There are accountants with richer character. Accountants. I'm gonna say it again. Fucking accountants have more character depth than Superman. So Lex has already broken plot and much of the world, and now Jor-El and his evil wife have broken character and theme, and we still have about 2/3 of the movie left to go.
I will admit that I am scared, because who knows how large his secret harem is already.
His secret harem, they put it in the movie. I can't.
Dude, you got a secret harem? Oh, of course I don't have a harem.
Stop saying it. You're making it worse.
I know this computer forensics guys. They're not going to say it's legit unless they are sure.
Nah, God, no. Look, I know. The harem shit, it's really funny, and you were probably too busy laughing at it, so you might have missed this. Let's ADR in another version of the same line just to make sure that, nobody has missed it.
I'm so sorry, man. But there's no way that message is fake.
There's been a lot of unbelievable nonsense in this movie, but I think the idea that experts quoted in the news are telling the truth, that is probably the most ridiculous thing of all. Hawk Girl, who is also in the movie, asks where they got the footage from, and Superman suddenly realizes what's happened about 5 minutes after everybody else, and he zips off to the Fortress of Solitude, which is looking a bit of a mess. How nice of James Gunn to put his fans in the movie.
How did Lucy get in here? It's keyed into my DNA.
Remember this line, it'll be relevant later. For now, K2SO dies, and it really isn't sad because he isn't a character. What's worse, Crypto is missing. The cute animal is in danger. Must be a James Gunn movie. Meanwhile, in the Israel allegory,
Boravia wants to save the people of Jahanpur, and Superman wants to keep them insane.
Mr. Netanyahu, you're still here. I suppose this means we're about to get an exposition scene where we learn that you and Lex were conspiring together to achieve all this, even though we already know that, because, the Hammer of Boravia, there's not a ton of ambiguity here. It continues to be very fortunate that nobody has ever bothered taking an interest in Lex's business dealings in Boravia, doesn't it, Lois?
Hello. He finds Boravian women the most physically attractive and wants to add them to his secret harem.
Stop saying harem. Benjislav Netanyahu leaves his presser. His office has another fucking trans-dimensional portal device in it. There are never any leaks from corrupt Eastern European-ish governments, so naturally this has remained a secret. Benjislav Netanyahu goes through the portal to the world between worlds, and oh my goodness, it's Lex. They were in on it together. Lex gives Benjislav Netanyahu a donut. Benjislav Netanyahu likes the donut.
Yeah, I'm thinking of opening one in my half of Jahanpur.
Oh god, we're going face first into more Lex-related plot nonsense, aren't we? Oh, fuck, I guess we're going face first into some time nonsense before we get there. Superman's travel time between the Arctic and Metropolis is established as 3 minutes. We just left Lex and Benjislav in the world between worlds. But here is Lex sitting calmly at his desk in his office. Has he perhaps cloned himself? Because this is a thing he can do. Or do we simply not care about how scenes are stitched together?
Where's the dog?
Superman continues to be a nice and naive man. His dog is in danger, and now he is unhappy. Footage of his tantrum makes the news. Never mind that the official narrative is that Superman is unstoppably powerful and evil and coming for your women. Yet he is here quite notably not killing or raping anyone. Never mind that the story being believed should spur the entire country, if not the entire world, into action. The movie has decided Superman is now universally reviled. That's what we're running with, and yet it seems that nobody's doing very much about it. That night, Superman goes for a sulk in his flat while the Justice Gang fights an interdimensional sperm cell in the background. This scene came in for some criticism on EFAP, not incorrectly, and for several reasons. You can make the argument that Superman has parked his own character, he's showing selfish disregard for Metropolis, his objections to needless deaths and collateral damage, and to the Justice Gang, who are fine with both, they've been placed firmly in the backseat. But in the scene's favor, to be as fair to it as possible, here we are at least exploiting one of Superman's few kind of established characteristics. Lois complained earlier that he runs away when the going gets tough. We, being charitable, infer that she means in the personal realm, and we have to accept that this is just a thing she knows about him, despite never having interviewed him or asked him tough questions before. But that is what he's doing here. He is running away. Things have gotten tough. He needs a timeout. This somehow is about as close as we're gonna get to character work in this movie.
You have a dog?
Oh, hello, you're here.
You were out there helping them?
Oh, no, they've got that handled. I was looking for the dog.
Here's a trifling inconvenience. The movie hasn't re-established all of Superman's traditional comic book powers. We don't know, for instance, if he has super hearing, but it has established that he has supervision, he has X-ray vision, and he can sure fly real fast. It'd be really unfortunate if he forgot to use these powers during the entire day he spent searching, and so he just missed the massive Luthorcorp flag flying over the big Luthorcorp camp set up 5 miles outside city limits, and so he didn't notice the suspicious trans-dimensional portal device that's located there. I guess he was just too sad to look properly, even though that is his job. Superman gives Lois the same explanation we've already heard him give to the Justice Gang. My ship was damaged, half the message was missing, I didn't know they wanted me to turn Earth into my personal brothel, etc.
I'm not here to rule over anybody, Lois.
I never thought you were.
I don't believe anyone thought he was or could think he was, which is precisely the problem. The movie has made the alternative too absurd to be believable. The world around Superman isn't reacting as though it is believable. He's been left to fly around out there all day. And that's a shame, because if the film hadn't done that, this next bit of the scene could have been made substantially better.
I was just some punk rock kid from Baker Line, and you're Superman.
Punk rock.
You are not punk rock.
I like the Strangle Fellows and the PODs and the Mighty Crabjoys.
Those are pop radio bands. They're not punk rock.
By which I mean, if the movie had presented a plausible alternative, one that Clark might even have considered, like benign totalitarianism, benevolent rulership, which impulse could have been made more attractive by his observations of and interventions in real-world conflicts, if it had done that, it would have given Lois a reason to doubt, give Superman a reason to doubt, and the world has reason to doubt him. If, for example, Lois then had a reason to doubt, this scene could have put that to bed. Clark's frame of reference is so parochial, so country bumpkin, so anodyne and innocent that just naming his favorite bands could have won Lois back, and it could have foreshadowed the conclusion of his arc. In this alternate version of the movie where they bothered to give their protagonist a character, he may not yet realize it, but he is too modest to rule, and that is precisely his strength. What defines him is not his abnormal arrival, but his normal childhood, his upbringing. This is another of those origin story beats that the movie is attempting to exploit without ever really supporting it. It is essentially a conflict in upbringing, but at this stage in proceedings, we know nothing about Clark's adoptive parents besides the small matter that they raised him since he was a baby. Earlier movies understood the force of this dichotomy, but this movie does not. As it is, Superman's lack of an arc is making everyone around him boring as well. Lois being denied a chance at doubt is being denied an arc of her own. Her view of Clark is flat and unchanging. She has nothing to learn because he has nothing to say. I never doubted you were good people, said before the halfway point in the movie, is not a reason to invest in the movie.
My point is, I question everything and everyone.
No you don't.
I never thought you were. Even for a moment. You trust everyone.
Maybe that's the real punk rock.
At the risk of repeating myself, someone smashed that fucking guitar. Also, this is fine as a basis for his character, but it has to be challenged and his moral paradigm has to teeter for it to become interesting. It's absolutely possible to begin with Clark's simple goodness, to flirt with the tyrannical extension of simple goodness, maybe to love everyone I had to show them the way, only then to revert to simple goodness. That's tried and true and not very imaginative, and it still represents a more interesting journey than Clark gets in this film. Also, somebody smashed that fucking guitar.
The DOJ has a warrant out for my arrest, so I'm gonna turn myself in.
Wait, what? Why?
Maybe they'll take me wherever they took the dog. I don't know how else to find him.
If the DOJ had a warrant out for the arrest of Superman because they think Superman might be planning to kill the men and rape the women, you'd think there'd be some sort of nationwide manhunt, and that any and all superheroes even tangentially connected to the government would now be hunting him down. The world is still not taking this as seriously as its implications require. Also, the DOJ didn't take the dog. Lex took the dog. Lex took the dog when he broke into your fortress, and he quite obviously didn't do that with government help because he denied taking the dog when the two of you were on camera. I get that the plot's wheels are spinning because it's come uncomfortably close to a character scene, and I get that its destination is Lex's private universe that he was able to make because Jesus fucking Christ no, but Clark has no business making this connection. If anything, Clark should be very concerned that Lex is up to his private evil schemes, and the government should really be made aware of them.
He's not been a very good one, but he's out there alone, and he's probably scared.
You might even say that Clark is the dog in the cage.
All of Lois. You should have told me that a long time ago.
You've been together for 3 months. Also,
I think everyone you've ever met is beautiful.
you're Superman. You could have flown straight into the White House and surrendered personally to the president. He bitches that he hasn't been read his rights, and he's told he doesn't have those because he's an illegal alien. Utter woke nonsense, am I right? I mean, they're handing him over to Planet Watch, and they're not going to ask any questions about where Lex will hold him or how Lex will hold him, because if they asked those basic questions, Lex would be arrested. Superman is flown to the LexCorp camp outside city limits that nobody's ever shown any interest in, because if they did, Lex would be arrested, and he's walked through the interdimensional portal Lex has because Jesus fucking Christ.
Twice in 2 days. What a pleasure.
Luther.
The big LuthorCorp flag wasn't enough of a giveaway. James Gunn has chained Zack Snyder's soul to a floating platform, and it acts as this movie's Charon, ferrying unfortunate souls across the river Styx, which in this movie is made of anti-protons, because Lex can make those, I guess.
Where are we?
Pocket universe. I replicated the Big Bang with a LuthorCorp mega collider, tearing a tiny hole between the two universal fabrics. I'm able to access it from multiple dimensional portals I set up around the globe.
Jesus fucking Christ. Say, remember how the rules in Multiverse of Madness make absolutely no sense because they wrote the script on the fly and they didn't have time for a second draft? Remember how the inability to properly deal with the implications of multiverses pretty much explodes every law of world building and makes it next to impossible to invest in any story set therein? Because literally anything is possible and the only rules are convenience and contrivance? Everybody knew how to mock this when Marvel did it, but at least in the fuck me, I'm gonna be praising Multiverse of Madness, but at least in the MCU, no single person actually makes universes. Lex is now definitively an unusable villain. His presence is now guaranteed to destroy any movie he's a part of, because his power level in the first film in the DCU is now incomprehensibly vast. He can make a big bang. He can make trans-dimensional portals. He can make his own universes. In short order, he can also make black holes. He can tear apart the fabric of reality. Lex broke this movie long before this point, because within the first 15 minutes, he was shown to have the ability and the motive to win, and he proved this by breaking the very law that the movie now uses as his pretext for delay. Lex has broken the rest of the movie because he now has to be colossally, Olympically Britney Spears with no head level of to lose. If he fails, we might as well retire the Darwin Awards. And he's preemptively broken any subsequent movie in which he appears, because no movie can possibly account for his demonstrated power set, resources, and abilities. At any given moment, Lex could create a black hole and suck all his enemies into nothingness. In all the long and sorry history of broken Marvel villains, none has done as much damage to the integrity of their own franchise disguise as Lex. Yeah, that's right, not even Kang. At least we had 3 whole phases before Loki made the entire Infinity Saga redundant. Lex is already functionally the most broken supervillain in the last 2 decades of superhero movies, and we haven't even gotten to his lack of character yet. Because the only way you could even begin to constrain Lex is if you wrote into his character a disinclination to use his terrible powers. Some moral, some ethics, some value system that prevents him. But we're halfway into the movie and we don't even know why he hates Superman yet. To stress this point, because I know people on Reddit will misconstrue it, Lex being a villain who hates Superman in the comics is not an excuse for him having no reason to hate Superman in this movie. Lex being petty is a disposition, it is not a motive, and it's a disposition that is cosmically insufficient to its task. It's akin to introducing Thanos to the MCU and having him want to wipe out half of all life in the universe because he wants to.
I don't know what to be. Tell me what to be.
I don't know, just don't be a dick.
It's too late.
Lex is so shallow this line would fucking work, because that's all there is to him. Lex is just a dick, and people are treating this as cause, explanation, and conclusion to his character. It's a joke. It's embarrassing. You should be ashamed to say this is good enough, especially if you have any interest at all in where this universe might be going next. I haven't spent the last 3 years complaining about bad character writing, only to be told that the answer is, hey, you don't even need to write characters. But hey, at least you can't do anything really crazy like cloning Superman. That would just be ridiculous.
Rex, the metahuman known as the Element Man, he can metamorphose into any known substance, like...
So there was kryptonite on this planet. Where's the rest of it gone? What was it used for? Why is there none left? I sure hope Element Man doesn't have some easily exploitable vulnerability that will see him join sides with Superman. Because, if that were to happen, Lex would be a fucking moron. Again.
Superman's been out of commission less than a day and already Boravia's pulling this crap?
Somebody should really look into this. Oh, Superman has stopped a Boravian invasion. Now he's been imprisoned by Lex Luthor, who everybody knows is selling weapons to Boravia. And oh look, the Boravians are invading again. Fuck, even a journalist could join these dots. And that's just from the information the film has given us so far.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how Lex Luthor's connected to all this.
How's that a mystery? Luthor Corp sells arms to Boravia. Boravia goes to war, Luthor sells more arms and gets richer than ever.
Luthor can make universes. It doesn't matter if you put the word pocket in front of it. The universe bit is broken enough. Money cannot be his motive, any more than manufacturing a legal pretext can be a motive, because he already has all the money, everything he needs to make even more money, and he breaks the law every fucking time he breathes. Hey, remember Ironheart? Remember how she complained that she didn't have enough money even though she had all the tech to make all of the money? Everybody knew how to complain when it was Ironheart.
Yes, Luthor Corp sold them approximately $80 billion worth of arms, but for those arms, Boravia paid only $1.625 billion.
If only somebody had bothered to look into this years ago when this universe is meant to have existed already.
Have you found out where they're holding Superman?
No one in the government will say.
Apparently, no one in the government knows. You need to go through a 20-year permitting process to build a condo in most American cities. I think a world-threatening interdimensional portal to a private universe might violate a few city codes.
Lex is holding Superman in a pocket universe.
A what?
Thank goodness for the plot phone. Hit a dead end? Need a way out of it? Not clever enough to write an actual mystery plot? It's fine, just put it in a text.
I don't know what a pocket universe is, neither is my source.
Who's your source?
I can't say, but you owe me. Big time.
So this is just bullshit. They haven't even got a concept of a pocket universe. They might as well have been told that Lex had Jinjoed Superman in his kazooie, and been told it by someone they know is an idiot. Claiming to expose something no villain with even a fart for a brain would let them anywhere near. The logical response is, well, that person's plainly mad, whoever she is. We should probably just start investigating nearby Luthor Corp encampments and pressuring pressuring the government to explain how it could let the world's most powerful and most wanted superhero disappear to a private prison that no one knows the location of. Meanwhile, in the fucking interdimensional prisonverse that Lex Luthor can make on a whim because Jesus fucking Christ, no.
My monkey bots here farting outrage 24/7. Trash you online.
Oh, James, you're such a funny guy. That's so clever. Man who can make big bangs and black holes has little monkeys doing his internet trolling. Genius! I mean, it doesn't really help your movie in any way, because if part of Lex's plan is to discredit Superman in the eyes of the public, then he needs to be discredited in the eyes of the public. Monkeys posting like Snyder fans gives the impression that online chatter about Superman is just fake. He hasn't been discredited. These monkeys are just trying to convince the government that he's been discredited. It's not real. Twitter isn't real life. Well, unless you're one of those weapons-grade thundertwats who actually believes that internet trolls sway elections, which apparently James Gunn is. And it's superfluous. It is supererogatory. It is super shit, to coin a phrase. The movie has a few more facets to Luthor's plan that it wants to reveal to give the impression that it was clever and intricate, but James Gunn has written them all to be redundant. Internet monkey trolls don't need to discredit Superman, the stolen message did that. Boravia doesn't need to invade Jaranpur to discredit Superman, because the stolen message did that. Lex doesn't need a pretext to imprison or kill Superman, because he's been able to do it since before the movie started. Lex doesn't need to convince the government anymore, because he's already done that. And he never needed to do that to begin with. The sufficient part of Lex's plan is make something that can beat Superman, kill Superman out of sight in a false flag operation or a freak accident, lure him to your pocket universe or suck him into a black hole or chip some kryptonite off of Element Man's hand and stab him with it, or use the engineer to suffocate him as she tries to do later. Essentially, it's a 3-step plan. Make something that can beat Superman, lure Superman to location, kill Superman. Nice to have on top of that would be find a way to discredit Superman so he dies as an unpopular man. But that is inessential. However, Lex's actual plan is start a foreign war so Superman can involve himself in it in a way that is unpopular for no good reason, to cause the government to distrust him, while having mind-controlled monkeys shitpost online, while locating the ice fortress to steal the message you don't know is there so you can translate it somehow so everyone knows the true message, which defeats the object of the monkeys to persuade the government that Superman is a threat, so they will give Superman to you and ask no questions so you can imprison him because you involved the government, and that makes killing him tricky until it's time to actually try and kill him, at which point you can use your black holes and your pocket universes to fuck up reality, and you can send your impossibly powerful, artificially created metahumans to kill him more publicly and suspiciously than if you'd just done it quietly in your private universe several months ago. This is not a clever plot. This is the script trying to convince dumb people that it is a clever plot, but it isn't. You just have to lay it out. It is needlessly complicated. Lex could have achieved all of this at the beginning of the goddamn movie. Why are we still here? Listen, you said it, not me.
How do you contain a super dog? You beam super squirrels into its brain.
Or you could kill it. You don't need it alive. The engineer is able to kill it. The glompy cyber face mask thing she used on it earlier is the thing she'll use to try and kill Superman later, and the movie is convinced that could actually work. You're just keeping the dog around because James Gunn wants it to fuck shit up later, even though the Lex he's given us is so petty that you'd think killing a dog is totally within his wheelhouse. Anyway, the exposition continues.
Correctional institution. Most cells are rented out to governments who want to keep their incarceration private. Others have more personal transgressions. There are a few things I hate more than petty ex-girlfriends.
You know how nobody ever knows about missing persons? You know how nobody gives a fuss about foreign governments incarcerating their political opponents? You know how nobody ever investigates corporate malfeasance and human rights groups just aren't a thing? You know how leaks never happen? How journalists don't exist? How new foreign governments never release evidence of their predecessors' crimes? Remember how nobody ever checked up on Alexei Navalny or Julian Assange or General Pinochet or Aung San Suu Kyi? For God's sake, America can't even feed Mexicans to alligators without the Washington Post wetting itself. This wouldn't work.
You wouldn't be telling me any of this.
Did we ever plan on letting you out? No?
Oh, I can't wait to hear the watertight reason for this monologue. The internet informs me that this is all fine though, because Lex was also in the comics or something, I don't know.
It'd be terminated already if it was up to me. But first, the government has some questions they want answered.
It was up to you. You could have secretly terminated Superman at any point. You had the means and you had the motive. You got the government involved, Lex. They didn't have questions until you brought them in. They didn't have questions before, and if they did, they could have just asked them politely. At this point, given what you've just revealed to us, Lex, what this place is, how and why you made it, the one with the most to lose in a government investigation, Lex, is you, Lex, you bald fuck.
Rex, look who it is.
Oh my god, it's also unbelievably stupid. So, rather than chop a lump of kryptonite off Elemental Man, Lex has decided to keep him as a prisoner. To prevent him escaping using his unfathomable power set, Lex has taken Elemental Man's baby hostage. And, rather than keeping the baby in a safe and unreachable remote location, Lex has decided to put said baby in the cell right across from Element Man. This introduces a massive and unnecessary vulnerability that will inevitably be exploited because you put the world's strongest metahuman in prison with a guy who is obviously going to help him out. It's all so wonderful. 6 out of 10 movie. It's absolutely fine for you to find Lex fun, but he is currently competing with Admiral Thrawn for the title of most genius in fiction. Everybody knew how to mock Thrawn when his stupid plans always collapsed, even as he congratulated himself for his own genius. But yeah, hey, it's not Zack Snyder. I mean, it's not Dave Filoni, so this one's fine.
I'll be back tomorrow to get the answers we need.
Or, Lex, hear me out, you could stay and you could get the answers now. You've prattled on about how much you hate Superman. The one thing we know about you, besides that you're disabled in your baldy head, is that Superman is your focus, your bête noire, the Ozempic to your Amy Schumer. We don't know why, and this movie won't tell us, and its defenders will lap it up like a dehydrated dog anyway. But we do at least know that. You can't suddenly have found something more important than Superman to be doing. That contradicts your one established thing. Speaking of important things, and doing, Jimmy Olsen is off to meet the contact who tipped him off about Lex's pocket fucking universe.
Hey.
Oh my goodness, it's the selfie woman from Lex's office. Now it all makes sense, in a really, really awful, terrible, no good way.
I really don't understand why you're staying in that relationship.
There's even a point to tell me about all his ex-girlfriends he had in prison in his pocket universe. What? Right?
Once again, it is impossible that Lex's private pocket universe prison of Azkabangles has remained a secret. It is impossible that he remains unarrested. The plot literally requires Lex to be massively stupid in order for it to function, and everybody else to be massively stupid until it's time to uncover the truth, at which point new and innovative forms of stupidity present themselves. It is the textbook definition of an idiot plot.
I love her so much. I think of her as my mom even more than my own mother.
Oh, she feels the same way from the one time that you guys met.
I know, I have a big raging hate boner and it looks a lot like Lex Luthor's baldy head. But this really does reflect terribly on Lex Luthor. He kept this bimbo around for no particular reason. He's let her take selfies all over his secret illegal facilities, and for what? An average-looking blonde with creepy toes? I mean, he could just clone, He could just clone Scarlett Johansson and make her under 40. Some bickering ensues in which the irritating bimbo gets sad that Jimmy is only here for information rather than to see her, even though she's been sending him information, but who cares, there's no fixing this plot beat anyway. And then she promises to see what more she can find out, even though I'm pretty sure she's been through Lex's portals before, and she knows where at least one of them is, and she knows about the Pocket Universe prison dimension, dimension? Lex took her to see Superman's evil ice monument to rape culture. He doesn't exactly keep secrets from her.
Meanwhile, at the Hall of Justice.
Lois has just waltzed right into the corporate-owned Hall of Justice to speak to the corporate-owned Justice Gang, because this is just a thing you can do. Corporations are notoriously carefree when it comes to giving journalists access to their stuff.
He's in your group. What's it called again?
Justice Gang.
No.
We're not called that.
It's the incredible characterization that really just makes this movie stand out, you know? When we first met them, they were arguing about their team name. Here they are again, and they're arguing about their team name. Somebody put this arc in a reactor. It's truly limitless.
No, Superman is not officially a member because he don't want him to vote. You know which way that would go.
And the normalcy of the world, doesn't it just scream, this has existed for 300 years? Now we know that the Justice Gang and Superman do not work together because Superman might vote to call it something other than the Justice Gang. It's just terrific.
So you know about the hypnoglasses. They make his face look different in your brain when he wears them so that you don't know who he is.
It's funny because Mother Cut His Hair Man has no tact and no guile, and so he spills secrets indiscriminately because it's funny. What's that? It also means there's no way the world doesn't know who Superman really is already because Captain Bowlcut is comedically indiscreet? You mean Lex could have skipped his needlessly elaborate evil scheme and found out that Superman is Clark Kent and traced his parents to Kansas and taken them hostage if he'd just asked one question to Mother Cut His Hair Man? Well, fuck it, who cares? It's funny. It's a funny movie.
So you know he's Clark Kent.
God, why does he trust everyone?
Because it's funny. Don't you have a sense of humor, Lois? Why can't you just let people enjoy things? Why do you hate fun?
It would be difficult to find. I put nanobot GPS trackers into Superman's bloodstream. You can see where his trail ends abruptly right here at Fort Kramer, a dormant military post across the river about 10 miles down. All this leads me to believe, as your article surmised, he really is in a pocket universe.
I don't know where to start.
You put nanobot GPS trackers in your friend's bloodstream?
That's as good a place as any, I guess. How very funny and also very convenient that Mr. Terrific should have done such a thing. How else would people surmise that Lex Luthor might be storing an evil portal device in his clearly branded camp just outside the city that inexplicably the Hammer of Boravia traveled to earlier before he disappeared? Also, did he say, as Lois's article surmised, she published a story saying that Superman was in a LuthorCorp pocket universe prison? Well, that sounds libelous unless you can get someone to prove it. And absolutely no one thought this might be worth following up, apparently. I know it sounds batshit mental, but everyone's quite blasé about pocket universes in this movie, so maybe its mere existence isn't surprising, even though nobody has ever heard of it until 5 minutes ago.
Hey, come on, let's go to Fort Kramer then. And then what? Save him.
You want to break a federally incarcerated prisoner out of jail?
But he isn't federally incarcerated. His incarceration was outsourced to a private company with no questions asked. This was quite explicitly the deal. Captain Bowlcut says he's taken a vow not to get involved in politics, which this isn't, and which he'll discard by the end of the movie anyway, so that is why the Justice Gang are not going to help. Yet. The Justice Gang ain't getting involved. It isn't time for it. It will be later, but now is not later, so they won't.
Not our name makes us sound like cowboys, but I agree with the rest.
I could be wrong, but I think this is Hawk Tua's penultimate speaking line. The character summation section at the end of this video is going to be about 1 sentence long.
That haircut should be against your vows.
I'll have you know 348 say otherwise.
Bowlcut has gone over pretty well with this movie's audience from what I gather. I like the actor, the performance is okay, but he's not going to be adding much to the character summation section either. It's a common theme with this movie. Oh, so-and-so was pretty good in it. What about the character themselves? Oh, I don't know, I thought he was fun. Lois storms out, but Mr. Terrific follows her. He's decided that maybe evil bald billionaires imprisoning metahumans in prison dimensions might be worth looking into.
You have a flying saucer, but you couldn't get a faster garage door?
I haven't worked on that yet.
You know, for such a funny movie, a lot of these jokes sure seem like they were written in crayon.
I'm not into people's emotions.
I was gonna break up with him, actually. We had this huge fight.
You know, for such a funny movie, meanwhile, in the bald man's prison dimension... Oh, I remember this guy. It's the guy from earlier. Remember the guy from earlier? He's the nice man. He's the nice man, and he's not a superhero, which means he is totally safe to kill.
Who are you working with here on Earth?
Sir, this is not the mid-2000s. The US government no longer approves of torturing people in black sites, officially. Although, now I come to look at him, the nice man, he is a brown.
Got lucky on that one. Who raised you as a child?
Tell us what we want to know. No! Okay, fine. Tell us the answer to this totally unrelated question. No!
Didn't imagine that would go so quickly.
Then why did you choose Russian roulette using a gun with only 6 chambers? This is self-evidently a useless interrogation tactic. It would have been surprising if you'd got any information out of it. People have praised this scene as an example of Lex being cold. But what it really is an example of Lex being stupid. It's honestly quite depressing that people are satisfied with something that's not just superficial. Oh my god, he killed someone, that's so edgy, we've not seen that before. But that is actually counterproductive characterization. Lex has too many options to list here. He could try torturing Superman with kryptonite. He could try torturing Nice Man. He could make Superman watch as he unleashes another kaiju on Metropolis, or as he tears a rift in the fabric of space-time that he won't close unless Superman gives him the answers he wants. He could test Superman's humanity. He could exploit his known weaknesses. He could present him a devil's bargain. All these options could achieve the coldness and the edge while also telling us useful things about both Lex and Superman. It could be visually impressive and also intelligent. But Lex here has less substance than the shallowest Marvel villain. Fuck, Lex has less substance than Steppenwolf, and that guy was made of edge. We have nothing to lose by giving Lex a character. We have everything to gain by fleshing him out. This isn't an appeal for a tragic backstory or a didactic ideological screed. It is an appeal for literally anything at all, because we haven't even had that.
I'll be back later with someone else you've chatted with and I'll kill them too.
Hey, here's a thought. Why didn't you just bring them all in one go? That is obviously the more effective strategy here. If Superman's psyche survives the murder of one nice man he vaguely likes, he would then have to look down a line of people knowing what's coming next. I am not a supervillain, despite the accent, and I'm not a hyper genius. I am merely a mega genius. I should not be coming up with more effective supervillain plans than Lex Luthor, but as it is impossible not to, because Lex doesn't have one to begin with.
Maybe I'll kill Clark Kent next.
Oh, that's a thematic line. Doesn't really apply to this movie at all. Meanwhile, at Camp Minoxidil, a cheerful song is playing. This is a James Gunn movie. That can only mean one thing. You know, this feels awfully familiar. Remember how everyone knew how to laugh at the end battle in The Flash because it was just a janky-looking CGI extravaganza with soldiers running in completely random directions and no semblance of tactics or choreography? Yeah, well, James Gunn thought that was great, and he hired the cinematographer, and he did this movie. Great soundtrack though, bro. Film's at least a 6. Even though musical juxtaposition is one of the easiest tricks to pull off.
I'm not the man that think I am at home. Oh, no, no, no. I'm a rocket man. ever was. To catch them is my real test. To train them is my cause.
Unbelievable. That jackass did create a pocket universe.
This is the kind of reaction I'd expect when your kids promise they'll do the dishes and you walk into the kitchen and find out they did not do the dishes. I was expecting something a little bit more, given you've just discovered the existence of a pocket universe.
For creating a pocket universe, if you are just one picometer up, you will have a black hole where Earth used to be. And every time you enter or exit, you risk tearing a hole in the fabric of reality.
You what?
Every time you enter or exit, you risk tearing a hole in the fabric of reality.
No, I heard you. It's just, you what? Metahumans have existed for 300 years, and you're telling me that nobody took an interest in Lex's fucking pocket universe that could destroy reality and is based in a tent just 5 minutes outside Metropolis? Benjislav Netanyahu used it to get a fucking donut. Are you telling me that he might have collapsed reality? This is the first movie in the DCU and already Lex can destroy everything. If you don't see why this is a problem, I don't know how to help you. Maybe try putting less vodka in your cereal.
You're kidding.
Type of red massage Lex Luthor specializes in.
Oh, he specializes in it, does he? And you know this about him, do you? Well, that's just fucking great.
So I guess you decided to help.
Only because it'll piss off Green Lantern.
Nothing to do with saving reality from Lex's horrifying science device. No, just pissing off Green Lantern. This is called character work, and this movie sucks at it. Meanwhile, in Azkaban...
You just killed that poor guy.
He did. It was incredibly stupid. But now it's about to get stupider, because this movie thinks this is a great excuse for Element Man to find his courage and help Superman escape. Meaning, Lex put emotionally unstable good people in a cell with Superman, radicalized him, and then just fucking left.
You said you can get to my son, right?
The answer really should be no, but this is Lex we're talking about, so yes. Element Man puts his kryptonite away, but Superman is still looking like an advanced case of testicular cancer. He needs his sunlight to heal.
I can't make a son.
No, of course not. Nobody would ask you to do that. That would be ridiculous. So I guess we're just stuck.
I can only make something kind of like a son. God, hydrogen.
What are you doing?
He's making something kind of like a sun, lady. Shut up and let him cook. It's kind of like a sun, guys, in that looking directly at the sun is injurious to your eyes, while thinking directly at this movie does irrevocable damage to your brain. Basically, Element Man has made a sun. Lex knows this is a thing he can do. He introduced Element Man's powers in a monologue of all things.
He can metamorphose into any known substance, even substances foreign to this planet.
And while the baby across the gap was supposed to keep Element Man in check, obviously no one's going to kill a baby, so the guard holding it is just going to sit around doing nothing until Superman bursts in and saves the day. Superman in a cell with the one person who could help Superman, who helps Superman escape.
A spokesman said, "This is the one thing we didn't want to happen."
You have stake him. I can't carry him when I change forms.
Well, that's at least a rule, so maybe we'll do something interesting with...
Go eat!
Fuck it, never mind. Superman and Mr. Terrific free Crypto and they go to escape. But they get attacked by raptors and a silly fight ensues.
With fluorowensmonic acid.
Peak cinema, guys. This is peak cinema. You wouldn't get this shit in a Zack Snyder movie. If that river's made of antiprotons, I think this means that Superman is not made of matter, because otherwise he would have exploded. Do you like how shittily animated it is to make it look like it came straight out of the Minecraft movie? Remember how everyone knew how to take the pick out of the Justice League cut with the awful unfinished CGI conclusion? Yeah, well, you know, at least it's not Zack Snyder. That's some pretty impressive lung capacity you've got there, Superman. Blowing your way out of a black hole. This has implications that the film does not even pretend it is equipped to deal with. Where were those in the Hammer of Boravia fight? You can't just nerf Superman as and when you feel like it. That's not how writing works. Oh hey, do you like the way James Gunn is absolutely incapable of manufacturing stakes involving his main characters, and so he deploys not only the save the dog trope, but also the save the baby trope in a bid to convince us this is tense? Oh, it's also unbelievably cheap. Nobody believes the dog or the baby will come to any harm in this movie. Now, if the baby were a generic brown person, maybe there'd be some uncertainty.
Bellamy's still weak!
Just in case there was any doubt that killing Superman without government approval was an option, it was always an option. Superman should already be dead. None of this should be happening. Meanwhile, a short distance away... And obviously this triggers no alarms. Lex has no way of telling if someone uses his reality-breaking portals without his permission. Nope, no one knows at all. It's all just been happening completely undetected.
An anti-proton river.
Yeah, Lex can make those, and dimensional portals, and black holes, and entire universes.
This place is filled with black hole vortexes and an anti-proton river we cannot go in ourselves.
You know, I'm really starting to see where Lex's inferiority complex comes from. He now has a dozen different ways of killing Superman, and he can make creatures more powerful than Superman, and he has more money than Superman, and he himself is now more powerful than Superman. But no, he really hates Superman because he has penis envy and he is just that petty. We'll be coming back to this point later, again and again and again. Mr. Terrific, whose power is in his balls, uses his balls to scout out the prison dimension. They don't have much time because the portal cannot stay open for long without destroying reality. Just another thing Lex can casually do if he feels like it. The balls spot Crypto. Crypto spots the balls. Crypto begins munching on Mr. Terrific's balls. But all is well because Mr. Terrific has lots of balls, and one of them guides Superman and the super best friends to safety. They tumble out of the portal just before it collapses in on itself, meaning that, yes, it is unbelievably lucky that Superman took just that long to escape the prison, and to rescue Crypto, and to rescue the baby. And Mr. Terrific took just that long to beat the LexCorp guards, and to hack the portal open. And they took just that long to find each other, and they took just that long to escape, because if any part of this had taken just 1 second longer, they would now be trapped in Lex's prison dimension forever.
Are you kidding me? Those aren't safe.
You've got good balls, pal. What's a dog to do?
Hey. You came to get me.
I thought I told you to smash that fucking guitar.
Oh, yeah. Good.
Thank you. Superman, though, he's still unwell because he has kryptonite poisoning. It is additionally unbelievably lucky that he didn't realize he had that until this precise moment. Otherwise, he'd have been sucked into that black hole. It's fine, though, because he's standing next to a man whose baby he's just saved and who can create the sun. Oh, except that no. Element Man and his baby have somewhere more important to be, so off into the darkness they go, in order that they can thematically pop up later in the movie. Mr. Terrific stays behind to secure the portal because the next scene has no thematic or character use for him. Securing the portal does not entail telling anyone about the portal, because if the Justice Gang or the US government was made aware of it at this juncture, the rest of the movie couldn't happen because Lex would be in jail. This means that Lois has to pilot Mr. Terrific's ship. He informs us that it is easy and intuitive to fly, and so it is, but it does at least afford us time for one funny bit.
No, dog, I really need you to... Come on. Okay, intuitive.
Meanwhile, at the hair club for men... He is very upset that Superman has escaped his prison. He could tell the government because, remember, the idea of breaking Superman out of federally mandated incarceration was so serious that the Justice Gang wouldn't get involved. Never mind that the government didn't actually enforce it or know the details of it or where it was or what it entailed. That doesn't matter. It's a 6 out of 10 movie. Telling the government should entail a massive manhunt because we're supposed to believe that they believe, that the whole world believes, that Superman is the biggest threat facing the world at this moment. He could be planting his refugees in their refugizzles as we speak. But Lex won't do this because... because...
Get out of here, you idiot! Boom!
There it is, that's the one line of dialogue between Lex and the girlfriend he's kept around solely because the script needs her selfies. She's taking a selfie in this very scene. Yet more indefensible stupidity from Lex that people will defend anyway because fucking Reddit.
How the hell could he have gotten free?
I mean, maybe Mr. Terrific wiping out your camp that had the portal in the tent. Maybe because you put him in the same cell as the one guy in the entire prison dimension who could have helped him escape. Maybe because you put the guy's baby within easy reach of their cell. There's not a ton of uncertainty to work with here. The cause of failure is pretty well established and there were loads of witnesses. Girlfriend, though, well, she's really upset because Lex was mean to her, and because the script says now is the time for her to be really upset with him, she phones Jimmy Olsen.
You need to ruin Lex forever.
I don't think I need to spend much time on how utterly ridiculous this plot point is. Even people who liked the movie found it a little bit silly, and while that's really not the half of it, it at least confirms that Superman fans are smarter than Lex. Sometimes. Selectively. What we're supposed to believe is that Girlfriend is smart enough to know what information will bring down Lex, and was smart enough to photograph it all, and was smart enough to cultivate a relationship with a journalist, and was smart enough to know that Lex was enough not to stop her doing it, but she wasn't smart enough to confirm all of this out of Ultraman's earshot. He's sitting right outside her little cupboard. He overhears her conversation. He bursts in and he stops her. So Girlfriend is simultaneously quite clever and also really stupid. But at least she manages to send the message, so that's fucking great. And obviously they won't think to check her phone to see where the message was sent to, so they won't do anything at all to try and stop Jimmy Olsen from publicizing that information because... Meanwhile, in Kansas, Lois lands Mr. Terrific's ship at Ma and Pa Kent's house.
Look, I'm Martha. This is John.
Why did you say that name?
I'm not entirely sure how Lois knew to come here. I wasn't aware she knew where Clark's adoptive parents live. He pointedly refused to tell her in their earlier interview, and her gripe was that he shuts down any conversation verging on personally difficult territory. I suppose he could have told her privately and was just refusing to tell her on the record. That's not a wild assumption to make. I'm feeling fair. I'll grant the film that much. But it could still have been made into an actual plot point had Clark finally come to trust Lois enough to let her in on this secret part of his life.
Needs to be a rule. This is me to kill people.
Clark, that ain't...
Ah, I see. So we're addressing that now. Rightio, better late than never. Oh, fuck, he got a new guitar.
Is our war gonna be okay?
Mr. Terrific says yes.
I note again that they flew Clark here at night to Kansas at night to sleep off kryptonite poisoning at night. This despite them escaping the prison dimension with Element Man, who can make something pretty damned close to a son, who could have healed Superman on the spot. We are getting to the movie's strongest scene, and I might even go so far as to call it the movie's only strong scene. But this is a very sloppy way of getting to the good stuff. It's like sex after rum. Lois sees the posters of Clark's favorite bands on his bedroom wall. This might have been impactful, educational, worth something if she'd been uncertain about him until now, but...
I never thought you were, even for a moment.
Oh well. Parkend tears up when he learns that Clark will be okay.
Don't mind him, Lois. He's just a big old mush, especially when it comes to chlor.
These two are the standout performers in the film, though that has a lot to do with them being the only two characters allowed to express, emotions and things we might call character. We are, as mentioned, heading into the film's strongest scene, but it's worth teeing it up with a big old qualifier. This is only their second scene. We have just learned the first useful thing about them. Clark means the world to them. We as yet know nothing about how Clark feels about them, save what was implied by their only prior scene, which is he kind of just doesn't. They haven't been a factor, yet here they are being loving and doting, and they raised him for 30 years. Damn near every other Superman movie in which they have featured has made substantially better use of his adoptive parents. His birth parents too, comes to that. Their underuse in this film is a big fat qualifier on all the praise that is due to the coming scene, because it's pretty much divorced from the rest of the movie. Oh, before we can get to it though.
This girl is obsessed with you?
Uh-huh.
How do you do it, Jimmy?
Listen, I don't think you should do any version of this plot beat, but if you are going to do some version of this plot beat, I'd really have kept it confined to Jimmy Olsen. Involving Lois, who is about to solve the supervillain's selfie mystery, pulls her out of the character-driven scene she's supposed to be a part of at the moment, dragging her away from Clark and his adoptive parents, and to express surprise that Jimmy gets laid, that is tonally abusive.
I thought you said she disappeared off the line.
I don't know. She might have dropped her phone in the toilet. She does that a lot.
Funny movie. Then, Lois spots some incriminating details in the backdrop of girlfriends' selfies.
Your hot ex is a genius.
Wherefore art thou, bald man? Why would you leave this up on the wall? Why would you let anyone take pictures in any room with this in it? It's like if Tiffany Trump posted Donald's plans for a Gaza City golf resort on fucking Instagram. And while this would absolutely solve the problem, because Hamas has already built all the bunkers, nobody sensible would allow it to happen. Oh my god, we're doing golf jokes.
I'll be there as soon as I can, okay?
You're holding a phone.
Sending sexy selfies behind the back of Lex Luthor? She has to be the biggest idiot in the world.
Who's more foolish, the fool who takes sexy selfies or the fool who let her do it? It's at this point the movie becomes very confused about its own existence and maybe even hostile to it. Lex decides that they need a way to draw Superman out. To do this, he plans to use the portal just outside of Metropolis to tear a hole in reality. So, there are a few problems, just one or two. In the first place, tearing a hole in reality from a portal quite obviously located within a military camp that has your flag flying over it, that might get you arrested. In the second place, the last attempt to draw Superman out was with the kaiju, which was very silly, but it did have the advantage of plausible deniability. You could do that again. In the third place, you have Ultraman, who has already been used for similar purposes and who could be used like that again, not counting the many other uses to which he could be put, because we haven't seen what he looks like under his helmet yet. Nor has Superman, because even though we know Superman has X-ray vision, he forgot to use it when he was fighting the Hammer of Boravia. In the fourth place, this entire shebang kicked off with a staged attack by Boravia on Jaranpur, which Superman intervened to stop. Boravia started moving its troops for another go the minute Superman was arrested. So the movie already has a clear and established way to draw Superman out for a final encounter that would pay off something already set up, and it doesn't need to tear reality in half to do it. If we're not going to use Boravia for this purpose, we're left wondering just why Boravia was included in the movie in the first first place, since its actual involvement in the plot has been superfluous. Remember, it wasn't the Jarampur intervention that brought Superman down. It was Lex breaking into the Fortress of Solitude to steal his message. It wasn't Jarampur that made Superman unpopular, to the extent that he was. It was robot monkey trolls. It wasn't Jarampur that got Superman arrested. It was the intergalactic Me Too stuff. And it's not going to be Jarampur that represents Superman's new commitment to doing good no matter the cost to himself, because he's never going there again. Meaning that if you cut the Boravia Jarampur stuff out of the script entirely, the only thing you need to change is the false name given to Ultraman and the ostensible reason for the false flag attack at the beginning of the movie. And given no stated reason was required for the kaiju attacking the city, I'm not convinced you'd even need a pretty watertight story. The false flag attack itself now feels entirely redundant because all it's done is pose massive world-building questions while leading nowhere. It's been the subject of several scenes and conversations, it's taken up precious real estate, and it is an entirely pointless distraction that the world would be better off without.
The portal was destroyed.
Dimensional aperture is still there, which we can open remotely, so it is not safe. We can.
That could tear a dimensional rift into the surrounding
Is
area.
it something you think I don't know?
I don't know why you're voicing these moral objections when you're going to go along with Lex's absurd plans. It's a bit late to start pretending like the people around him have morals and beliefs, given the enormously evil shit they are already complicit in. Signaling them now just reopens questions like, wait, how exactly did anyone go along with any part of Lex's plan? Mr. Terrific is, for some reason, still at the trans-dimensional portal in the middle of the LuthorCorp camp, meaning Lex didn't send anybody to secure it even after learning it had been breached. Mr. Terrific has seemingly not thought it might be worthwhile unplugging the portal.
Can you stop it?
This is why you don't create a damn pocket universe.
This is actually quite far down my list of reasons you don't create a damned pocket universe. And now we know that Lex has the power to hold all of reality to ransom, and yet he still has penis envy for some reason. I can't wait to see how he doesn't make use of this ability in future movies, because he can't, because it's incomprehensibly broken.
Superman won't be able to ignore that. Now we know where he'll be next.
Oh, just shut the fuck up, you walking Rogaine commercial. Meanwhile, in the movie's strong scene, Pa Kent comes out for a chat with Clark while Clark sits in the sun watching Crypto terrorize some cows.
Last week, me, Paul, we took a drive to Beerkeith's Burritos. Like the one that used to be out by that old blue bar and out of that. You remember that? Burritos still just as good.
Obviously, there's nothing groundbreaking about this so far, and there won't be anything really groundbreaking by the end, but this is how dialogue is supposed to work. What's happening is a reacquaintance with a father figure who is attempting to reassure his son whose worldview has just been shattered. Kind of. I mean, not really for the reasons previously stated, but that's what the movie thinks has happened. If you grant it that premise, Pa Kent is beginning this exchange with an appeal both to and from normalcy. His aim is to ground Clark in his own past to set up the emotional argument that's coming.
You don't think about yourself.
Yeah, well, that message that my parents sent with me, I had never heard the second half before.
We are massively constrained by the subject, though. This is, what, the third time we've heard this line? The fourth time, maybe? But the movie hasn't left itself any real room to explore it or develop it further, because it is so absurd that the minute it gets explored, it gets answered. Clark's character has had to be paused. All he's been allowed to say is that same old line.
I'd say what you wanted that message to me says a whole lot more about you than what anyone meant for it to mean.
True. Obviously true, which is kind of the problem. But Pa Kent gets the most sensible line of reasoning, and it's only his second line in the movie.
You don't understand. I'm not who I thought I was. They sent me here to hurt people.
Clark, you're 30. You're sitting next to the man who actually raised you. No, hey, it's still the strongest scene in the movie. We'll shit on it in a minute.
Parents aren't for telling their children who they're supposed to be. Your choices, your actions, that's what makes you who you are.
It's a perfectly nice message, and it works so much better in a different movie with a younger Clark facing a better dilemma. Look, at least Pa Kent's not getting all goobered up by a tornado, and the performance is strong, and the message is just fine. But my god, we're almost 90 minutes into this movie now, and its theme can be boiled down to, hey, if you're nice to people, that makes you nice. We're coming up on 2 decades of superhero movies. Superman is an ancient character in his own right. This is supposed to be the kickoff movie in the DCU. You'd think we might be able to get a little bit beyond this as a message. And again, what does it say about Clark that at 30, he has to be told this by the man who raised him since he was a baby? It implies that Clark simply hasn't thought about his adoptive parents at all during his lifetime. It implies he hasn't thought about his own actions at all during his lifetime. It implies he only does what he does because an old broken message said that he should, and has therefore developed no personal morality or sense of ethics. Damn near all of this can be solved if you have his birth parents give him some other instruction, pretty much any other instruction besides go forth and multiply by force. Maybe they warned him he would have to rule and that people would fear him, and their fear required that he put himself above humanity or else abandon them to their fate. The events of this movie seem to substantiate that point. Clark could then get to a point where he seriously considers leaving, only for Pa Kent to convince him that doing good is self-sufficient, that he, like all the humans he's grown up with, are improved by their struggles and ultimately their virtue and decency is what defines them. For this scene to really work, you need Pa Kent to tell Clark something he doesn't yet know or has not yet fully realized. You need that thing to be believably not yet known or fully realized. Son, you don't have to rape the human race if you don't wanna. That doesn't quite cut it. The message, I mean, not the accent. Obviously, the accent was impeccable.
Tell you something, son. I couldn't be more proud of you.
But it remains, despite all of that, the strongest scene in the movie because, really, it's the only scene here that actually understands emotions and relationships. Kind of. It's the first time you get the sense that 2 characters are speaking to each other. The damning indictment is that you could drop this scene into any other movie with any other character set, and it would have pretty much the same effect, because it exists independently of the story around it. But we've had naff all else to compliment, so sod it. Well done, movie. Well done, Otis, or whatever your name is. Well done, Pa Kent.
Clark, there's something on the box you might want to see.
And just like that, it's over. Ma Kent has apparently no opinions on the scene, and she has nothing to say to her son. She's just come to move the plot along.
Boravian troops gather at the border, invading Jampur once again.
The big fish eat the little fish, and Superman keeps on paddling in the other direction, because even though this was the event that supposedly got him embroiled in this mess, the climax of his non-existent arc is to be found elsewhere. Boravia is invading Jarampur, so somebody else can represent the theme for a minute. Who, you might ask? Well, look who's watching the news. It's Captain Bowlcut.
Now, nearby villagers are willing and ready to defend their country despite the exponentially superior firepower of the well-trained Boravian military.
We're not even allowed to have this bit represent a serious moral dilemma. It's as one-sided as Hollywood types think the Israel-Palestine conflict is. Just a bunch of noble unarmed Browns against the overwhelming military might of Benjaslav Netanyahu's Boravian Defense Force. The movie probably needs to be careful about this, and so of course it won't be. Captain Bowlcut is a Green Lantern forbidden by Earth to get involved in politics. More importantly though, he is part of a superhero team owned and funded by a corporation. It's gonna be quite funny if the movie's final solution to the Palestinian question, yes, it's offensive on a number of levels, is to let Halliburton fix the Middle East.
The villagers cling onto what little hope they have left as they're surrounded by the military.
And that's where we're going, isn't it? Please save us from the Jews, Monsanto Man. I'm not Monsanto Man, he's Monsanto Man, I'm Oil Boy. Sponsored by Exxon. The additionally awkward thing is that theme demands that Superman's example inspires others to action, but Superman hasn't set any example yet, at least not one that anyone has seen, besides maybe Element Man. Captain Bolcut and Hawk Tour Girl are moved by the sight of the innocent Browns raising a Superman flag, which they were bound to do anyway. What that means is that if you were to cut the entire movie between the opening text and this scene here, Captain Bolcut and Hawk Tour Girl would still have been moved to intervene themselves. Superman has done nothing to convince them while the movie has been running. Nothing that's happened in the interim has changed their minds or swayed their decisions. Like the earlier Pa Kent scene, this beat exists independently of the movie it is in, and a less charitable but equally valid framing is that they've just seen a PR opportunity and they're going to exploit it, because Superman has not led by example. They intervene now because the movie says it's time for them to do that, rather than because it actually is time for them to do that. That man there is the future leader of Jarampur. He's going to take power after this military intervention. His first policy will be wiping out the Druze for some reason. Ain't the Middle East a wonderful place?
Without Superman here to stop it this time, the Jarampurians don't have much hope.
300 years of metahumans, and the only ones in this entire universe are those we've seen on screen. Nobody else can help, they just don't exist yet. Remember how loads of Marvel movies have this exact same problem and everybody knows how to criticize the Marvel movies for the non-involvement of heroes who should be getting involved? Oh, fuck it.
Superman, we need you here in Metropolis.
Oh, goodness gracious me, a dilemma.
There won't be a Boravia or a Metropolis or planet Earth if you don't get here soon.
I can't believe this is a thing we're doing. Lex is casually tearing reality apart because he's just that petty. A dilemma is absolutely the right mechanical choice. Superman works best when he's confronted with a zero-sum scenario. Well, at least until he remembers he can fly around the world so fast that he reverses time. But much as with the moral debate over raping and killing, dilemmas like this also work best when they are A, smaller scale, and B, personal. We know reality isn't going to disappear in the first DCU movie. We can't really fathom what it would be like if reality did disappear. And we don't know anyone who's in danger in either case. The movie's already killed the only Metropolis surrogate character, and Jarampur doesn't have a single one. There is no Jarampurian candidate. So we are left with a dilemma threat. Does Superman save the country we're not invested in, or does he stop the reality-ending rift that obviously cannot succeed? It's hard enough to grok this at an abstracted level, but there's nothing to grok about it on any other level. And because the movie has already shown us Captain Bolcut and Hawk Tour Girl and Element Man watching the news with expressions of concern, we aren't really allowed to even wonder whether things might go badly. The equivalent would be a scene in A New Hope that shows Han Solo turning the Millennium Falcon back toward the Death Star before Luke starts his trench run. You lose the emotional payoffs of surprise and relief when he shows up and saves the day.
All Metropolis citizens, this is a mandatory evacuation.
Movies very rarely get this right. You can't stage a peaceful and orderly evacuation of a city the size of Metropolis in the 5 minutes it'll take for the rift to arrive. You'd have mass panic and violence. People would take the opportunity to address the historic legacy of racism by looting Nikes. There'd be plenty of work for street-level metahumans keeping order, but there aren't any of those, despite the 3 centuries in which there have been. Well, at least this woman has her priorities right. She's just looted the local pets at home. Save the turtle, save the dream. While the rest of the Daily Planet is in a panic and trying to escape before their giant CGI buildings get taken out in a fight scene, Lois and Perry, ironically white, are trying to piece together Lex's business dealings in Boravia. Never mind that the giant reality-tearing rift is emanating from what Lois knows is a LuthorCorp campsite. No, financial misdeeds are the real crime here.
I was able to connect with our contact at Boravia. Luther's been selling arms to Gurkos for pennies on the dollar for years.
You have a contact in a bank. This has been happening for years. It has recently been a major foreign policy concern. Remind me how this has never come up before.
Why, you ask? He did it in exchange for half of Jarhanpur.
He doesn't need half of Jarhanpur. He has a whole universe.
At first, I thought Eve was just sending me selfies, but in the background of the shots are maps, contracts, all kinds of documents chronicling Boravia's agreement to cede half of the country to Lex Luthor once the invasion is complete.
He just left those lying around. He had incriminating maps pinned up on his walls. He let people take photographs in the fucking evidence room. It's a 6 out of 10 movie.
He wants to make himself king.
He is already king of his own fucking universe.
Why the hell would Lex want half a desert?
His cultish acolytes believe he's going to create a technologically advanced utopia.
Utopia?
There's a profit factor as well. I mean, the petroleum deposits alone are worth multiples of his investment.
Stop it. It's all impossibly What do you mean his cultish acolytes? How would you know what his cultish acolytes think if you've never met them and if you've only just discovered what his plan even is? If you already knew what his cultish acolytes were thinking, then his plan was never a secret. Also, what do you mean petroleum deposits? The man can make a fucking universe. I think the man's pretty well shielded against fluctuations in the oil markets. I think anti-proton rivers are probably worth a little bit more than petroleum. I think his personal universe might be a little bit more valuable than gas. I think the fact he can make a Big Bang probably makes all this redundant. How do you think all this shit got made in the first place? Now, the movie is going to go on to tell us something we already know, but it's going to present it as exposition and pretend that it's a reveal, so surprise, none of this is Lex's plan A. His plan A is to capture and kill Superman, which he could have done without the Bavarian imbroglio, but the Boravian imbroglio is presented as his legitimate bonus plan. In other words, according to the movie, Lex has involved himself in this entirely unnecessary scheme, which does not meaningfully alter or even really intersect with his actual plan, and which is both highly illegal and highly visible. And he's doing this because he wants petty cash from petroleum deposits and a plot of land with his name on it as a bonus. Lex, you're in the wrong business. You should run for president.
Mr. Terrific believes Luthor's also behind the spreading rift between universes out there.
All of it seems to be geared towards stopping Superman from standing in the way of the Boravian invasion.
Oh, yeah, by the way, he's also tearing reality apart with a portal into his own private universe. Just thought I'd throw that in. Probably merits a couple of sentences. Stick it in paragraph 12 or something. Maybe after the sports section. Fuck me. I used to be a journalist. I haven't seen a lead buried this hard since the Boston Celtics blew that 20-point advantage over the New York Knicks and went down to defeat at the buzzer. I know what those words mean. Why is the woman driving?
The Daily Planet has obtained exclusive information proving that billionaire Lex Luthor is in league with Boravian dictator Vasil Gurkos.
Lex's reality rift is about to tear Metropolis apart and potentially wipe out reality itself. That is your story, for fuck's sake. Just time for a look at tomorrow's front pages. Kenny killed in White House drone strike, that's from Rolling Stone. The Metropolis Eagle leads with Superman saves gerbil from his own rectum. Joe Biden's foreskin caught in hotel elevator, that's from the New York Post. And the Daily Planet reports that Lex Luthor filed an improper tax return in 2023. That's it from GNN. On a day when reality itself was destroyed in an act of petty terrorism, the League for Women Voters has claimed responsibility. Good night. Meanwhile, at Minoxidil headquarters,
You gotta go, man!
Lex's dumb fuck reality-destroying rift device has taken out his own goddamn tower. Although some people say that no Jews turned up to work that day, so, who can say?
Not sure where we're gonna land when the world is gone.
Then why are you still going along with it? Who even are you? Why is your moustache so gay? The evacuation is ongoing, but some people are stuck on a bridge. A big old skyscraper falls toward the bridge. Some people are in danger. Remember this shot in Justice League? God, that movie was terrible. This one, though, this one is at least a 6 out of 10.
There's a code to close the rip, but it's too complicated to hack. Luthor will have the code at Luthor Corp.
Where the fuck else was he going to be? Aldi? There is some quipping about Superman bringing his dog so it doesn't kill his parents' cows or whatever. And then, oh dear, they get ambushed by Ultraman and the Engineer. If only Mr. Terrific had his balls set to sentry mode. For reasons of cheap backdrops, they all crash land into a stadium belonging to some American sports ball team. Mr. Terrific is immediately knocked out in order that he not have to participate in the fight, but he's not killed or tied up or otherwise permanently incapacitated in order that he can wake up and be useful later. This means it's a 2-on-1. Superman versus Ultraman feat the Engineer. This should be a slam dunk. That's another American sports ball term. I'm getting good at this. Because Ultraman alone was enough to beat Superman twice at the beginning of the movie, and Superman hasn't learned any new moves since. But what's this? He manages to get one over on Ultraman? Look how easy it is once you remember you're allowed to fight back. This allows Superman to focus his attention on the Engineer. He channels his Jonathan Majors allegations and pummels her into the ground.
It's not too late for either of you. You don't have to do what Luthor...
You have no idea if it's too late. Neither of these people are characters. You know as much about them as we do, which is to say, nothing. For all you know, she's a fucking robot. Still, it'll be interesting to see how he furthers his emotional appeal to the Engineer. Movie so good it's ripping off Godzilla x Kong. Peak cinema. God, it's fucking awful. One of the worst movies ever. Its unironic fans are deeply strange creatures. It has a lot in common with Superman, now I come to think of it. Superman and Ultraman take their fight to the sky. Unconvinced by Superman's appeal to her emotions, the Engineer imagines that her arm is made of laser gun. This is the problem when your character premise is can do anything she can imagine, and your writer is James Gunn. You will find it difficult to rape our women without your balls.
Now, Angela, as planned, fill his lungs and kill the son of a bitch.
Wait, I'm sorry, this was an option? If she could put nanites inside him, which is what she's doing here, why didn't they do this in the prison? She can do anything she imagines with technology. Mr. Terrific has benign nanites in his body already. Why not just make him drink tech goo and set it to activate if he tries to break out of prison? And that's if you didn't want to kill him immediately. It's a much more foolproof plan than sticking Superman in the same cell as Element Man. Any old fool could have broken that plan, and Lex is dumber than your average fool. This seems like a ridiculously overpowered ability that adds yet another way Lex could have accomplished his ultimate goal several hours ago. Still, at least we've not established that Superman has ice breath that he can expel with such force that it can break him out of a black hole's gravity well, because if he did have that power, this tactic wouldn't work. by this logic, couldn't you also smother his brain with it? What about his heart? Couldn't you get it in his heart? I think there are more effective uses for the tech goo than trying to fill his lungs with it slowly.
Can't he hold his breath for over an hour?
Not without air in his lungs.
Never mind how they know he can hold his breath for over an hour, this still seems like a wildly inefficient approach. At the same time, this still seems like far too effective an approach. If it might actually work, then it might actually have worked had you tried it earlier. So why didn't you?
Sight and X-ray vision should be completely muted. Lungs breached.
Yeah, so you can infect his nerves and such. Get your goo in his brain, woman. If you infect his brain with goo, he will happily watch this movie with you. Believing he's won, Lex orders the invasion of Boravia to commence. This is an entirely pointless distraction, and we don't need to spend much time on it at all. The Jewish allegory, the Jewgery if you will, sent their highly advanced mechanized forces to confront the Palestinian allegory, the Palagory if you will. Except unlike real life, the children don't have suicide vests, and there aren't UN-funded tunnels to smuggle weapons to the peaceful civilians. Also, the Jews are after petroleum when in real life everybody knows they're after gold. Things look bleak until Captain Bowlcut hooked to a girl, and for some reason also Element Man is in the movie, and they put the tism in anti-Semitism. Captain Bowlcut uses his Green Lantern powers to summon crude hand gestures, because it's a James Gunn movie, but he doesn't have much of an imagination, because it's a James Gunn movie, and so the hand gestures just kind of repeat themselves. Hey, remember how in the Snyder Cut, Green Lantern used his vast imagination to summon a laser beam? God, that was unbelievably cringe, wasn't it? Unlike this is funny and cool. Hawk to a girl flies back to Boravia and she takes a prisoner of Benjaslav Netanyahu. He is disarmed, he is now not a threat, the war is de facto over, and the conspiracy has been revealed, so I'm sure she will fly him off for a date before The Hague.
I'm not like Superman.
So she's had, what, 3 scenes? And a third of them now, they're war crimes. What a terrific character. Meanwhile, in the stuff that actually matters, or would if the movie hadn't been broken for nearly 2 hours already, Superman has been subdued by a mask of goo. Mr. Terrific chooses this moment to wake up, but he doesn't really do anything to help. And he's got nanites in Superman's body, we know this, we established it in a joke earlier. Could those nanites maybe be used to fight the nanites that the engineer has put in Superman? Or have we just kind of forgotten they're a thing? I think we might have forgotten they're a thing. I'm reminding the movie that they're a thing, but it's not going to listen. Instead, Superman decides flying up really, really far is a thing he has seen in better superhero movies, and so he figures it might be worth a shot. Ultraman and the engineer fly up after him. We have previously seen that they are strong enough to knock Superman around while he's flying, and even to knock him out of the sky. But that doesn't work in this instance because drama or something.
Engineer Ultraman, keep up.
We're trying!
We're trying! Why are you punching him in the nanites? Look, you're knocking them off his face. Stop it.
Engineer, envelop him completely.
What does that achieve, though? You've already got nanites inside his body. Just use them to do something more effective than drowning him. Send them to his heart. Send them to his brain. Send them to crush his balls. Just do something. Well, maybe his plan is to freeze the nanites off or to suffocate the engineer. There's lots of tactics you can deploy in space. Okay, well, maybe the plan is to burn the nanites off in the atmosphere. I mean, that could work. That would also be a plan.
Wait, what is he doing?
What is Ultraman doing? That's what I want to know. He's not helping here.
I won't be able to sustain the impact at this speed! No, Angela, unsheath! He's the only one protected!
Wait a minute. Are you telling me you had the engineer envelop Superman in goo, and now, by some freak coincidence that nobody could have predicted, the goo is actually protecting Superman from fall damage? Then why did you envelop him in goo to begin with? You've been having Ultraman punch him this whole time when you know that goo is protecting him from punches. You are a daft twat, Lex. Don't give me that. This is all your fault. Anyway, lube up, everyone.
Entering the hull. Infrared, please.
To nobody's surprise, but Lex's for some reason, Superman survived, and he pulls the nanite goo out of his throat. The engineer also survived, but she is merely unconscious.
Fall in the rafters.
Alan!
Not you. This is a worse movie. Ultraman also survived, so now I'm entirely baffled by what the envelop him in goo beat was about. First it was a way to stop him, then it was protecting him, now everyone survived regardless. How dull. Ultraman goes to take off his mask. Finally, the mystery will be answered. Who is Ultraman? Is he Nightwing? Sinestro? A fart cloud? Secretary for Housing and Urban Development Scott Turner? The 1989 Denver Broncos? I'd ask how this could possibly have happened, but I'm sure Lex is about to drop it in an exposition dump.
That's right.
Oh, goody!
Cloning you was relatively simple. All it took was combing the aftermath of your battles until I located a strand of your hair.
You had my DNA.
Yes, but as is often the case with cloning, the match was imperfect. He might be even stupider than you, if that's possible.
Oh, it was relatively simple, was it? Cloning Superman is relatively simple. This is the kind of reveal I'd have expected from a desperate 7th Superman movie. But we really are speedrunning all the terrible franchise decisions in this one film. Why'd you stop at one Superman clone, Lex? Why not an army of Superman clones? You could call it, I don't know, Project Sentry. Also, is it not a little bit odd that Lex, whose one thing in this movie is that he passionately hates Superman for no particular reason, should have cloned Superman?
This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them.
And how would you have explained this if the government had taken you up on your plan to turn global security over to Planet Watch? You don't think they might have asked where Ultraman came from and how he's controlled and what his general deal is?
22K!
Oh god, we're back to reciting a move list.
6K!
You had a specific move for if Ultraman was fighting Superman in an enclosed corridor with a low ceiling. God, you really did think of everything.
Always win! Brain beats brawn!
He says this while telling his brainless puppet to punch Superman repeatedly in the face. This irony appears to have escaped him. Remember how in Black Panther the flumpy, weightless Rubberman CGI fight at the end just looked every shade of awful and there were really no stakes because both combatants were invincible pretty much the entire time? Yeah, everybody knew how to complain. Oh, actually, no, wait, what am I talking about? No, everybody really loved that terrible movie for reasons of the culture. But the point stands, it's fucking terrible and we're doing it again.
No matter what you do to me, Luthor, your plans in Boravia won't work.
Oh, for fuck's sake, don't let him do another exposition.
I think you overestimate the importance of Jarhan for to me, Superman. That was just a bonus. I'm not killing you so the Boravian military conflict can proceed. I created the Boravian military conflict so I'd have an excuse to kill you.
Except you didn't need an excuse because you could have done it at any point before getting the government involved, and you tried to do it after he escaped the prison, and you're trying to do it now in the middle of Metropolis while your rift tears reality in half. Absolute fucking joke of a script.
Once you involved yourself, I knew I could easily get our government support in nullifying you. Why?
Yes, do tell. There's barely 15 minutes left in the movie. It's probably time we learned why the bad guy does bad things.
Because you're destroying us!
What does that mean? All Superman has done is stop a war that the government was in favor of stopping. There is absolutely nothing in this movie that can even begin to explain why Lex believes this. Lex isn't even concerned about us. If he were concerned about us, he wouldn't be trying to destroy our reality. He might as well have said, because reasons.
You're driven by envy, Luthor.
No shit. I'm not dim.
Nobody's saying you're dim. That implies you have something going on.
I'm aware envy consumes my every waking moment.
Okay, but why?
13L.
Average Superman enjoyer when they discover you have standards.
I know! When they mention Galileo or Einstein or one of these other twits in the same breath as me, I feel a tide of vomit burn the back of my throat. But at least Galileo did something. He wasn't some dopey Venusian catapulted onto this planet just to have the world fawn over him because his strength illuminates how weak we all really are. So my envy is a calling. It is the sole hope for humanity because it is what has driven me to annihilating you.
This is just word salad. Let's pretend it's a burger and slowly extract the salad piece by piece because it doesn't belong there.
I know! When they mention Galileo or Einstein or one of these other twits in the same breath as me, I feel a tide of vomit burn the back of my throat.
You recreated the Big Bang. You have mastered black holes and antiprotons. One of this movie's biggest problems is that it has Lex accomplish the ultimate feats across several scientific disciplines, eclipsing fucking everyone else, because they only wrote books and equations and other nerd shit. And it does this while still having Lex be A, envious, and B, a klutz. Lex continues,
But at least Galileo did something. He wasn't some dopey Venusian catapulted onto this planet just to have the world fawn over him because his strength illuminates how weak we all really are.
This is what is called overwriting. It is the root cause of the disease known as monologuing. Writers get an adrenaline rush and they let the words flow straight from their overstimulated brains onto their keyboards. At no point is sense or reason applied. At no point does the writer stop and think, will this actually scan when delivered by an actor in the 3 seconds he has between action scenes? Does it even make sense when it's broken down? Whence does it stem? What is it actually expressing from the character's point of view? What we've got in so many words is Lex is extremely petty, which is why he dislikes being compared to Galileo or Einstein, even though he's already beaten them several times over. Lex is also extremely envious, which is why he now wants to kill Superman, because Superman emerged from nowhere and everybody loves him because he, shows how weak we really are. I think this one could have done with a second draft, James. This doesn't track anything in the movie, where Superman has in fact lost every on-screen fight, or at least required others to bail him out. Where Superman has been castigated for using his strength to end a conflict people were simultaneously happy and upset to see ended. Where Lex's tactic after seeing the message was to exploit people's fear of Superman's strength to damn him. Remember, the second half of the message is, rule over these silly people, make a harem, kill those who resist. That is an expression of strength that reveals how weak we really are, and it's the reason people stopped liking Superman. So Superman is so popular because he is strong and we are weak, and Lex will use our fear of his strength and our weakness to turn the world against him. You see how this doesn't make a huge amount of sense? The movie's trying to have two contradictory things at once. And it is, once again, more disposition than it is motive. Why is Lex this envious? Why is Lex this petty? You can't defend this tautologically. Lex cannot be envious and petty because he is envious and petty. Characters, like human beings, generally require antecedent causes. What happened to Lex to make him this way? How did his worldview form? What were his experiences? What determined their expression? These antecedent causes don't have to be particularly tragic or even ideological. They don't even need to be especially complicated, but they do need to exist for Lex to be a character rather than, in essence, a plot device. We'll take a look at some illustrative counterexamples a little bit later in the video to demonstrate how easy this is to pull off and how important it is that it is pulled off. For now, though, Lex concludes,
So my envy is a calling. It is the sole hope for humanity because it is what has driven me to annihilating you.
So, Lex is angry, he is envious, he is petty. His anger, his envy, and his pettiness has led him to destroy reality in a bid to kill Superman to save humanity, because he is angry and envious and petty, and he hates Superman, and he loves humanity, so he's killing humanity to stop Superman, because Superman is better than humanity. Also, this justification preceded any evidence that Superman was a threat to humanity. Also, it proceeds without regard for Lex's own impossible power set and achievements. Also, it is something he has never tried to rectify by actually putting his impossible power set to good use. Also, it is manifested in, among other things, a clone of the very Superman from whom Lex says he is trying to save humanity. This is shit. I wouldn't accept this from a grade school creative writing assignment. Mr. Hankey has better characterization, and he is literally shit. Punch has fewer syllables, you hairless mole rat fuck.
What are you smirking at?
Brain beats prawn.
Yeah, that isn't brain, that's just you calling your dog. And Lex is just letting this happen. Why stop shouting 1A? He can't whistle if you're punching him in the face. This is the one time that would actually be an appropriate tactic. No! Remember how in Ant-Man 3, Kang, at that time the big bad in the multiverse saga, was taken out by socialist ants? Everybody knew how to mark that bullshit mercilessly, because it was dumb and it was stupid and it was the worst way to establish your next Thanos-level threat. This is at least as bad as that. The ants had a Type 2 civilization. Crypto isn't even a communist.
You watch him through those, tell him what to do.
How are you just figuring this out? They were there in the Hammer of Boravia fight. Well, we've at least established that Crypto likes munching on balls.
The stupid dog!
It would honestly have been better if you'd had Ultraman wearing a fucking GoPro. How is this your ultimate weapon? Hey, remember how Superman tried to appeal to the engineer's conscience? Remember how for most of his life he's been motivated by his lost lineage, his dead parents, the ideals of his dead world? From a certain point of view, this is his brother. You'd think if Superman was going to try to appeal to anyone, it might be Ultraman. Yes, it would be a doomed attempt. It might be impossible. He might still have had to kill him, but him trying would have been a better example of the movie's theme than his random appeal to the engineer was.
Lex, the Raptors have arrived.
Clever girl.
You just made a big deal of destroying the cameras. This diegetic camera device looked dodgy enough out of context. It's actually even worse in context. I'm not even going to bother pointing out how arbitrary Superman's powers are. If Zack Snyder didn't know how to write Superman on a character and thematic level, James Gunn doesn't know how to write him on a character and mechanical level. Oh, for fuck's sake, there's another one. Just so we're clear, because I don't think the movie really understands this, there is a black hole on Earth. It's not a black hole separated by a dimensional wall or however Lex's private universe worked, because the rift has destroyed that wall. This black hole is on our planet. Now, yes, you should never hold comic book movies to anything approaching a real physics standard, but nor should comic book movies invite real physics comparisons. This doesn't pass even a cursory smell test. The reality rift is basically tearing a line through Earth. A black hole sucks everything into it, and it does this quite quickly. If a black hole is on Earth, Earth is already fucked. It's not gonna just be tearing a straight line through a city, it's sucking everything in from all directions. We are currently losing the Earth's core to this thing. Oh, except that for some reason, it isn't sucking the ledge Superman and Ultraman are fighting on, but it is sucking in the stuff below, around, and above them. It's fine, you can just blow your way out. We've established that. Oh, well, I guess not. RIP Ultraman. There's a guy who should never have been made. Like Hitler, or half my comment section probably. No, I'm sorry, we can't be playing hero music. There's a fucking black hole down there and it is currently destroying the planet. Speaking of black holes,
Hey, this ain't playtime.
Has the black hole just stopped sucking in? Is it now full? Is it now sleepy because it had a big meal? Because if not, you're already dead.
Quit messing around. We have to get the Luthor to stop the rift.
I'm not messing around. I'm doing important stuff.
It's there. It's right there. You could see it in the back of the shot. Like the movie, it is still vastly sucking.
It's gonna reach Baker Line any minute. There are people there.
Why have these people not been evacuated? Is this the neighborhood of poor minorities? Do they not count? The rift is going in a straight line. You know where it's going. Have you done nothing to protect the poor diversities? Ah, gosh darn it, I do hate racism.
Lex, I'm closing the frickin' rift. No, they chose him. Let them die.
Just 2 minutes ago, you were stopping Superman to save humanity. They didn't choose him. You're trying to murder them.
We'll close it from the bunker before it gets to the city I care about.
I knew it. He's a racist. Skinhead was a bit of a giveaway. Lex opens the portal in his office so he and his inexplicably loyal goons can walk out. The portal leads to the universe that is now part of our universe because that's what his rift did, so this is not actually an escape route. I'm not sure Lex has fully grasped this. But before he can leave, Superman bursts in. Lex only starts running once he sees Superman because he really is just that dumb. And Superman puts an end to it.
The code to close the rift is in here. I can help. I don't need your help. I'm goddamn Mr. Terrific.
You do, though. The whole point of coming here was that you needed to get the code. Did you already input the code before telling Lex you were going to close the rift? Why would you do that? Does it matter? Does anything? Does life? No. Anyway, it's time for the movie to try and summarize its theme. Gracefully, with a brick, wrapped in a dildo, made of rust.
You piece of shit alien! That is where you've always been wrong about me, Lex. I'm as human as anyone. I love, I get scared, I wake up every morning and despite not knowing what to do, I put one foot in front of the other and I try to make the best choices I can. I screw up all the time. But that is being human. And that's my greatest strength.
Like pretty much every set-piece event in this movie, you could remove it completely from this context and nothing about it would change. It's just pastel-colored shit. Has Superman cocked up once in this movie? Not noticeably. Has he evinced any self-doubt? Not meaningfully, as we have litigated at length, he was never going to make a planet-sized harem. Has he been scared? Not particularly. This is a guy who was quipping while lying 20 feet above a black hole. Has he ever not known what to do? Again, not really. He briefly didn't know how to find his dog, but then the first plan he had to find his dog led to him finding his dog. There wasn't so much as 10 seconds debate over the save Jarampur or save all reality dilemma, because it wasn't a dilemma to begin with. There was, like the intergalactic rape dungeon, only one right action. Was there any emotional dilemma in making that right decision? No, because the problem was solved instantly off screen. Has he screwed up? Inconsequentially, he got beaten by the Hammer of Boravia twice because he forgot he was allowed to fight back. But at no point in this movie has anything Superman has done put anyone he loves in danger. At no point has anything he's done had negative, even unintended consequences besides the temporary kidnapping of his dog. Superman has been unfailingly nice and unfailingly right, and the sum total of the drama was in whether he could be unfailingly nice longer than Lex could be unfailingly a c***. Speaking of, it's Lex's turn to monologue.
That's beautiful, but none of this matters, you patronizing clown. The government gave me the authority to kill you. If not today, then tomorrow.
First good thing crypto has done all movie. Alopecia Andy here actually thought the government wouldn't revoke his capture and kill authority despite him destroying one of the biggest cities in America and putting the entire planet at risk. Yeah, I'm just gonna play this again. Lex Luthor might escape this movie with his life, but he is functionally dead as a serious antagonist. Mr. Terrific uploads the code, which causes the rift to seal itself. There is happiness and cheering, boobs be bouncing.
Lex.
What? This just in, an absolute bombshell from the Daily Planet. Billionaire Lex Luthor aligning himself with a foreign entity, believe it or not. Luthor has been giving them billions and billions of dollars worth of free weapons.
Lex Luthor has been working covertly with Vasil Gurkos and the Boravian government to overthrow the country of Jarhanpur.
He tried to destroy reality. Fuck off. He has a secret prison universe. He just used it to tear Metropolis in half.
It seems like the one conservatives and liberals can finally agree on is that Lex Luthor's side.
If only that were true. Half the internet seems to think he's a well-written villain.
The world turned against Superman, and we all owe him an enormous apology.
Hold up a minute. No, those two things do not go together. The discovery of one of Lex's least significant crimes does not disprove the allegations about Superman. The message was confirmed to be real, remember? Over and over again. Listen, here it is being confirmed in the movie.
Computer techs have confirmed the validity of the footage.
Here it is being confirmed again in the movie.
I know there's computer forensics guys. They're not going to say it's legit unless they are sure.
Here's James Gunn confirming it in an interview.
About Jor-El and Lara's message. Is it real? Has it been doctored? Is that the actual
How
message?
can someone not think it's real?
But oh look, what's this in the ticker tape on the digital copy? Why, that seems to say that it was a fake image. I'm not convinced James Gunn has quite figured this out yet. Well, regardless, Superman's past good deeds did not lead people to forgive him the revelation that his parents wanted him to rule 34 all the persons of vagina on the earth. And I don't think news of his latest good deed, saving Metropolis, has actually hit the news yet. Even if it did, it doesn't disprove the allegations. The movie thinks that Superman doing an as-yet unpublicized good deed obviates the belief that he is here to rape and to rule, but these two things are unconnected. Obviously, he would have a motive in stopping the planet being destroyed. He has to turn the planet into a harem. It's an example of specific plot beats being resolved via meta-morality. Because we, the audience, have seen Superman do good things, therefore he is cleared in-universe of bad things. Even though the preceding good things did not preclude the bad things, and subsequent good things do not change that the message was real and it was believed.
He is, of course, the hero we always thought he was.
But you didn't. The movie relies on this being untrue. People criticized him for his Jarhanpur intervention in the first act. The whole Lois interview was supposed to show that his naive commitment to good was not universally welcomed. The public very publicly turned against him after the message reveal, and the public implicitly supported the government outsourcing his imprisonment to Lex. Because if they didn't, if they always believed he was a hero, they might have protested that decision. But it's time for the movie to wrap up, so never mind. The people of Jarhanpur cheer.
That was sick, guy. Maybe you should join the group.
Yeah, he can replace you when you're imprisoned for violating the Geneva Convention. Or when you're stoned to death by Al-Qaeda in Jarhanpur for being a woman, with visible woman parts.
That creepy mug is what you want representing the Justice Gang?
Justice Gang? That's a cool name.
They're in.
That joke has been running for 90 minutes at this point. Isn't it worth it? Didn't you laugh? I laughed. Silently.
Glad you're not concerned about the metahumans, Rick, because now they're the ones making the rules.
Now? What about the last 300 years, James? In Metropolis, various entities that convention demands we call characters begin to reunite. Krypto chases some Snyder fans through the streets, Lex is bundled into a Hummer and shipped off to prison. Mr. Terrific's ship lands and the Daily Planet team disembarks. They look upon the wreckage of the reality-tearing rift and realize they put the wrong story on the front page. Eve and Jimmy Olsen have a hug. Superman offers Lois an interview on what's gone down behind the scenes. Instead, they start eating face and slowly ascending to join the Mile High Club. Meanwhile, at the Fortress of Solitude...
Got this place cleaned up pretty good.
How? They were all dead. Who fixed them? Was there a cut where Superman's appeal to the engineer was successful and she joined the hero team and undid the damage she had wrought? Or is it just that easy to write a better version of a $200 million movie?
Maybe one day you'll give me a name.
Four's a name.
So is Gary.
That is the noise of a cameo crashing into the movie.
What the hell, dude?
Oh god, this is going to be annoying. I really like Millie Alcock. I think she's excellent in House of the Dragon. She seems really charming, and her name is an inspiration. All the cock. But there's basically no way her cameo here won't cause catastrophic problems for the movie.
Why did you move the door?
I didn't move the door.
Hey, where's my dog?
I'll raise you one. Why didn't you tell Clark what his parents were really like? You're a Kryptonian. Basically every other version of your character spent time on Krypton before it was destroyed. The Gunverse really needs to change this to accommodate her, because if she has knowledge of Krypton and of Superman's parents, then him not asking and her not divulging at any point before now makes both of them, at best, Jupitards. That's right, the biggest type of tard in the solar system. James Gunn addressed this question in a Rolling Stone interview, and whenever you hear the words James Gunn addressed, your immediate follow-up should be, did he really though? Question. I think people want to be reassured that there's a good explanation for why Supergirl didn't tell Superman about his parents, since she's presumably more knowledgeable about Krypton. I assume this is how Rolling Stone people sound. James Gunn. You're assuming that everybody on Krypton is the same. And how would she know? She's younger than him, so she wouldn't know. She wouldn't know anything about his parents. That's not at all how James Gunn sounds, but fuck it. This does confirm an important change. This version of Supergirl is, for now at least until James Gunn changes his mind again, younger than Superman. Reason number 5981 that, but the comics, is not an argument. So this point is at present more a concern than it is a criticism. Supergirl needs to have as much knowledge of Krypton as Superman does, which is to say functionally nil. We'll leave aside how she can be younger than him if he was sent to Earth as a baby and then Krypton was destroyed, but I assume that'll get an answer in the Supergirl movie. And by the way, if Superman is struggling to reach $600 million at the box office, then Supergirl is unlikely to do better because, sexism or something. But the argument that she wouldn't know because not everyone on Krypton is the same, and she wouldn't know anything about his parents, well, that's kind of nonsense. She's Superman's cousin after all, and if Superman's parents were unusual in their rape culture advocacy, then you'd think that would make them more noteworthy on Krypton, not less. Because James Gunn turned them into the fucking Space Bundies. How are them comics holding up? But I guess we'll wait and see. The Supergirl movie isn't being written by James Gunn, so maybe it will have satisfying answers. Otherwise, here is a visual representation of what he will do to Millie Alcock's career. One of the Superman robots puts on music. I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. It's a good little tune, and it will see us out.
Thanks for watching him, bitch!
Her movie's gonna have a lot of explaining to do.
She likes to go and party on other planets. Planets with red suns. Oh. Because of our metabolism, you can't get drunk on a planet with a yellow sun.
But she's on a planet with a yellow sun right now. She had to fly through a whole solar system with a yellow sun to get back here. Wouldn't the yellow sun just instantly sober her up? Who cares? At least it's not Zack Snyder. K2S4 puts on footage of Superman's parents to soothe him, and this time it's his adoptive family. whom it really should have been from the beginning of the film, and whom I guess he just didn't appreciate until he learned that his biological parents wanted him to rape everyone. If I were Pa Kent, I think I'd feel a little bit undeserved. For the lack of anything better, that is it. There's a mid-credit scene. It's Superman sitting on the moon with Krypto, which is honestly a shot we should have had in the movie's second act low point, given A, it could represent Superman struggling with the burden of Earth, and B, Supergirl just left with Krypto. So the mid-credit scene, it breaks chronology. Well done. And finally, there is a post-credit scene where Superman points out that the buildings put back together when Mr. Terrific closed the space-time reality-destroying rift that Lex made on a whim because Jesus fucking Christ no, well, doesn't look quite right, does it?
A little off. Hey man, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to bum you out. Darn it, I can be such a jerk sometimes.
The end of the beginning of the DCU, and I suspect of the end of the superhero genre. Let's change tack. Released in 2004, The Incredibles has the dual distinction of being one of the best Pixar movies and one of the best superhero movies of all time. And while it would be unfair to compare Superman with a movie written by a baboon, making it especially unfair to compare it to a genuinely well-written film, Incredibles is going to be our main point of comparison in what follows. This is partly because it is just a brilliant movie, and so it's a lot of fun to talk about, but mainly it's because there are a large number of parallels covering premise, world building, and character in particular. In other words, it is not an apples and oranges comparison, it is an apples and apples comparison, albeit very nice ripe apples to very rotten moldy apples. We'll kick off with the broad strokes. I know that's how you like it. While you can find various comic book inspirations in Incredibles, the movie itself has to create a new universe with a new history from scratch. The history of its world is vitally important in setting up the state of its present tense, but in a broader sense, it's also got to give a firm impression that this is a universe in motion, that things actually existed before the animators started their work. Like Superman, it's a world in which superheroes have been around for a very long time, well before the audience sat down. This isn't just vital abstractly, it is essential for the plot to function, explaining the relative scarcity of superheroes in the current day. So allowing the story to focus on its core cast without posing questions like, hey, if there are hundreds of superheroes around in this world, why don't we see any of them? Being a character-driven story with family at its center, in a manner that reminds you of Steven Spielberg's best work, the backstory and the front story in Incredibles also have to intersect in a way that triggers the beginning of character arcs, of which more in due course. But on the world-building front, Incredibles is incredibly efficient, at achieving the desired effect. To establish that this is a world where superheroes are a normal facet of day-to-day life, it shows them being a normal facet of day-to-day life. Its prologue is around 11 minutes long, in which we're introduced to the concept and the core cast through a series of interviews, which lends a sense of normalcy. These are essentially just celebrities being treated as culture treats celebrity, with sit-down conversations about life and times. The interviews focus on love life, thus setting up both the movie's theme and its various character arcs, but importantly for world building, they establish that this has all been going on for a while.
No matter how many times you save the world, it always manages to get back in jeopardy again. I mean, sometimes I just want it to stay saved, you know?
The prologue moves out of its character establishment introductions and into a day-in-the-life episode, Mr. Incredible intercepting a fleeing criminal. Once again, the movie establishes normalcy. It makes it believable. When he stops to save the old woman's cat, he is immediately recognized because this is the sort of thing he does all the time. The police are on good terms with him, grounding the superhero concept in a functioning world state. Buddy is introduced.
I know all your moves, your crime-fighting style, favorite catchphrases, everything! I am your #1 fan!
And aside from this being his character introduction, this again gives the impression of long history. All these people belong in the world. Their interactions with the world show that they are an established part of it, not something that suddenly appeared because the movie needs to start. The reference to alter egos is classic superhero stuff and confirms that the world is bigger than the snapshot we've seen. They are among us, including those who won't appear in the movie. Closing out then with the lawsuits, Incredibles name checks other heroes, again giving a sense of scale while, crucially, establishing the world state we'll be in for the rest of its runtime. All those people you now know exist and have existed and continue to exist, they're forced to live anonymously, secretly, posing as normal people. The reason we don't see more superheroes in the movie is that nobody sees more superheroes, because they've been forced to hang up their capes. Which, given the state of capes in that universe, is probably for the best. By this point in the narrative, everything is fully functional. Everything you need for the suspension of disbelief is given to you. And, because it is a very well-written movie, almost every piece of world-building information has an impact on each aspect of the following story. The name-checked superheroes who've disappeared and lost contact have been killed off by syndrome. The normal lives heroes are forced to lead provide the intolerable starting position we join Bob Parr in, and so on. This is all just setup stuff, but the movie proper continues to rely on and imply a fictional history throughout its narrative. Mr. Incredible and Frozone going out at night listening to police scanners is not something they have just now started doing, it's something they've done for a while. It's got them in trouble before. The Parrs dread the idea of having to move house again, which is all the information you need to conclude that their identities have been discovered at least once before, and that Mr. Incredible's carelessness with his secret identity might have had something to do with it. The government's Superhero Relocation Fund furthers this point. The existence of a system for this precise eventuality and the age and general downtrodden nature of the official who imparts that information tells you that this has been a common problem, not just for the heroes we've seen, but for those we haven't seen. Then, when we meet the kids, Dash hasn't just been called to the principal's office for the first time, it's the third time in a month. When we meet Edna Mode, she, like damn near everyone else, is dissatisfied with her new life and enthralled by the prospect of returning to the good old days. A less artful movie might have introduced her as just bored and essentially unemployed, but Incredibles provides her a living history in just a single exchange.
Weren't you just in the news? Some show in Prague?
Milan, darling, Milan.
The famous capes argument, which is both a joke and the setup for a joke, is additionally used to show vignettes of the past. It's not just memeing about capes, it's fleshing out the off-screen cast of heroes and providing anecdotes that imply much more history than will ever be shown. The list of heroes Syndrome has terminated off-screen, and Mr. Incredible's reaction and recognition imply past relationships and a shared history, and the list goes on and on. Joining a new universe in the middle of history requires details like this if it's to be truly believable. A combination of tiny elements, a single line of dialogue, 2 seconds of flashback, a newspaper headline, picking up an old conversation, a reference to past events as though they are common knowledge. All these things and more combine and scale and provide more than the mere sum of their parts. They create the impression of a living universe. And if deployed correctly, they eliminate the need for as-you-know exposition. Fantastic Four First Steps adopted a similar approach to its backstory. It's nothing like as effective as Incredibles, and the story it's setting up is a bucket full of arse gravy, but for a few minutes, even for the whole first act, a Marvel movie actually presented us with something kind of interesting, and it's been years since that happened. To compare Incredibles to Superman is like asking a paraplegic to race Usain Bolt or a WNBA player to provide entertainment value. In its introduction, Superman explicitly tells us not only that its universe has been in motion for a long time, but that it has specifically been in motion for 3 centuries. But it treats this single line of text as though it is sufficient to the task in front of it. Nothing in the universe presented to us represents those 300 years of history. There are no references to it. The world seems unfamiliar with it. None of the systems are in place to govern it. None of the characters act as though they've been here for any length of time. Pretty much the only gesture Superman makes in this direction is portraying average Joe's non-reaction to spectacular events as evidence of the normalcy of spectacular events. But everything else you see tells us that history simply hasn't occurred. Why have somebody complain that unelected superheroes shouldn't be allowed to set foreign policy? Why not have them complain that Superman has broken an existing law governing their interventions in foreign policy? Why have the Justice Gang be newly formed rather than a long-established brand with new members? You could retain the joke that it has a silly name and name-check other heroes who've left the organization because they hate the name and they fell out with Captain Bowlcut. Why not have newspaper headlines and mise-en-scène name-checking other heroes' exploits around the world? Why have Lois only begin an investigation into Lex's business dealings 2/3 into the movie, rather than finally getting the information she needs to progress an old and frustrated investigation? Why begin with Superman being recognized as the most powerful metahuman, rather than have a little bit of penis envy on Bowlcut's part that this newly arrived metahuman has got ideas above his station? Why have Lex imprison ex-girlfriends and nameless political opponents rather than other minor heroes with no franchise potential whose powers he was researching to create Ultraman and the Engineer? Why have Lex begin with a preternatural loathing of Superman rather than a specific loathing based on a specific thing Superman has done, something that cost him dearly? Why have Eve betray Lex based on new and contrived grievances rather than, like Mirage in Incredibles, have her turned off by the revealed extent of his villainy, proving he was not what she thought he was? All of these things are relatively minor changes to framing and delivery. Each change is designed to retain its present function in this laughable script, while also telling you something about the universe it takes place in, implying history without needing to spend much time detailing it. Call it incredibilizing the world state. Things that impact the front story can and should, at the same time, flesh out the backstory. Damn near every plot beat in this movie can be reconstructed in this way. It's really not hard to do if you actually care about, think about, and put effort into the world your story is set in. And James Gunn did this with Guardians of the Galaxy, at that time a mere side story in the MCU. So, why has he not done it with Superman, which is the basis for his brand new DCU? Again, none of these criticisms is designed to detract from your enjoyment if that is what you experienced. It's an appeal for more to enjoy, for depth and meaning beneath the flashy and the superficial. The more you create in this way, the more you can use. The more stories are implied in the past, the more stories can be created in the future. Why does Nat's sacrifice in Endgame hit so hard? Why was it essential that Clint be the one to witness it? Why does Tony's sacrifice work so well? Why is Peter Parker getting blipped so impactful? Because history matters. Just as much for world building as for character, and the best stories tie these things together. This, as I've presented it, is the broad critique of Superman's world building. We've already touched on the impossibly destructive tech levels. If your first villain can make and break universes, cause the Big Bang, summon black holes, and tear reality in half, you do not have a scalable antagonist. You've shot your wad in your first entry like you're having a go on Sydney Sweeney. If Lex can clone Superman, if he can make metahumans at will, and if nobody has noticed him doing this or questioned it or voiced any doubts about it, then your world is not properly accounting for the incomprehensible power set of its most important character. If, as a joke contrivance, you establish that some guy stuck nanomachines in every relevant character, you ask questions with no workable answers. What does this mean? What can they do? How might they be used? And why aren't they going to be used in ways they could be used? Essentially, the Gunverse has no world building to speak of. It's just a bunch of stuff haphazardly thrown onto the screen. The stuff it doesn't establish harms its believability, its verisimilitude, its depth, but the stuff it does establish is so unusable that future movies are going to have to forget about it, or else just pretend it didn't happen, if they're to have any hope of functioning in their own right. The Snyderverse is a well-worn joke, and the old DCEU was a laughable mess, but did any one movie do as much damage to its internal consistency as James Gunn's Superman? I am open to arguments here, but I'm going to need a lot of convincing. So, the world building has Parkinson's, which is to say it is pretty damn shaky. Let's move on to character, where things are very much not better.
Showtime.
On the character front, Superman sits in the awkward position of having some of the most recognizable names in superhero media, while also trying to kick off a new cinematic universe. Superman himself has near-universal recognition as a name, and among villains, Lex Luthor is likewise widely recognized as a name. This makes for an important distinction with the start of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Ironically, the MCU technically began with one of Marvel's most recognizable characters, the Incredible Hulk, and yet that is the movie with by far the smallest footprint. The Hulk was the de jure start of the MCU, but Iron Man was the de facto start. I am no comics expert, but prior to 2008, I would be surprised if a majority of people had heard of Iron Man, and I'd be surprised if Iron Man ranked among comics experts' favorite superheroes. Thereafter, the MCU proceeded to turn a team of comics characters with middling popularity and brand recognition into the most immediately recognizable cast since Harry Potter? The Lord of the Rings? Star Wars even? In doing so, 4 assumptions were made. Number 1, the general audience and the comics audience are not the same thing. Number 2, the target audience was the general audience. Comics fans would turn out regardless, but they represented a tiny fraction of the general audience and would not be sufficient to sustain a movie franchise. Number 3, the general audience will have functionally no familiarity with any of the characters introduced in the MCU. Ergo, number 4, the MCU should not be straightforward adaptations of the comics or continuations of comic storylines or require any foreknowledge of the comic books by the general audience. Essentially, and like The Incredibles, this should be treated as a new property, with new characters requiring full and proper introductions. It wasn't until Civil War that a character was introduced with the assumption of foreknowledge, but Peter Parker's Spider-Man is a special case, being not only tremendously popular, but also the subject of several fairly recent origin story movies on film. Even granting that, Civil War still treated Spider-Man's introduction to the MCU as the start of his storyline in this cinematic universe. Like Incredibles, it showed you enough to imply what he'd been getting up to before Tony Stark recruited him. Beginning with characters in the B tier and below, and treating them as functionally new where the audience was concerned, forced Marvel to do all the work to establish them. Their stories had to work as standalone entries. The character relationships had to be shown as it were for the first time. At no point could a character beat be dropped on the assumption that the comics had already done the work. After all, comics are now one of the more obscure and trivial media formats, and if you were to use them, the obvious follow-up question would be, okay, but which version of the character in which comic story do I need to be familiar with in order to understand why, for example, Obadiah Stane hates Tony Stark? Contrariwise, Superman kicks off with an immediately recognizable A-tier character and arguably an A-tier villain as well, and it then adopts a confused approach to these properties. On the one hand, it recognizes that this is not a comic storyline adaptation, that its characters are not the version from this or that run, but are rather a new iteration. On the other hand, it assumes that everyone is so familiar with its characters in concept that it does not need to define their new iterations. It's one thing to skip an origin story, it is another thing entirely to not give your characters an origin. When making this criticism on EFAB, the response from this movie's defenders tended to rest on statements like, they just don't understand these characters. To which the response is, once again, which characters? Which comic run does this Lex come from? Which comic run does Superman come from? The answer is none, because James Gunn's versions are a pastiche. They are a simulacrum, representing certain qualities, tropes, and devices common to older versions, but without making any attempt to provide the supporting work. Superman is good because Superman was always good. Lex hates Superman because Lex always hates Superman. The entire defense and the entire approach is metacontextual. These aren't characters, they are memes. The equivalent would be to say that Tony Stark has an Iron Man suit because he always has an Iron Man suit, and cutting the whole first act out of that movie. To be clear, the argument is not that Superman shouldn't be good or that Lex shouldn't hate Superman. The argument is not against those tropes. The argument is that each new iteration, each new story should earn those tropes and provide new color. They need to be embedded in a story. The job of the writer in these circumstances is to create and show the why for his new universe. The job of the writer is to select the ingredients they are going to cook with. The meal is not this one film, but all subsequent films in which these characters feature. Tony Stark and Steve Rogers are given reasons to oppose each other. Those reasons evolve with the characters over the first 3 MCU phases.
Tony, I don't know.
Why? He made it for you.
Between this moment,
to lay down on a wire and let the other guy crawl over you?
I think I would just cut the wire.
And this moment, there has been an arc using the hero's established characteristics and beliefs to put them in conflict over the wider thematic questions in the MCU, like Civil War's battle between freedom and security. The moment in Endgame would mean significantly less without all of this, and each preceding entry would mean less without the establishment work done in the respective characters' solo entries. These things don't need to be especially complicated to be deep. Very simple devices can be made deep by their effects on other characters. So, let's return to The Incredibles. For Lex Luthor, compare Syndrome.
Your nemesis in it!
Brilliant.
Syndrome is not a complicated villain, but unlike Lex, he is a character. Young Buddy Pine was a bright-eyed, talented kid capable of brilliant inventions, and he wanted to be a superhero. Not only a superhero, but a sidekick to the hero he most idolized, Mr. Incredible. Syndrome's villain arc begins not because he is and has always been a villain, but because of a fault in his hero. Mr. Incredible doesn't recognize him, he doesn't value him, he won't tolerate him, and he rejects him harshly.
Fly home, buddy. I work alone.
This rejection spurs Buddy to become Syndrome. It turns the impressionable young kid into a vengeful narcissist whose subsequent actions, all designed to show the world how great he is, can be traced back to those 3 harsh words. This is what the tragic villain trope used to be, something that explains villainy, but that doesn't excuse it. Through Mr. Incredible, we have enough sympathy to treat Syndrome as a character. When he first meets Syndrome, Mr. Incredible recognizes his own error has produced Syndrome.
I was wrong to treat you that way. I'm sorry.
Now you respect me.
After hubris comes nemesis. But Syndrome proves himself to be unfixable and irredeemable. He was pushed in this direction, but he still owns his evil deeds. The simple trope becomes deep through its interaction with other characters, chiefly Mr. Incredible, but through Mr. Incredible, the rest of the family. At the wedding in the prologue, Elastigirl tells Mr. Incredible,
"You gotta be more than Mr. Incredible. You know that, don't you?"
I do.
And Mr. Incredible is forced into this mode after the incident with Bon Voyage and the subsequent superhero lawsuits. Life as Bob Parr just doesn't suit him. He does his illegal missions on the side, he secretly dons the supersuit again to answer Mirage's summons. Meanwhile, his family is a mess. His children misbehave. He neglects them because he's too busy dreaming about being a superhero again. His wife tries to keep a lid on the kids with superpowers, which is not an easy endeavor. His problem remains excess. In one direction, Bob cannot not be Mr. Incredible. In the other direction, Mr. Incredible cannot be Bob Parr because the life of Bob Parr is just as excessive in its conformity as Mr. Incredible's is in its non-conformity. Bob isn't allowed to be special, and he doesn't allow his family to be special either. They believe that to remain hidden, they must hide what is most special about them.
You always say, do your best, but you don't really mean it.
The problem ultimately is a lack of trust, a failure to grasp what being more than Mr. Incredible really means. Bob's attitude toward his family is not dissimilar to his attitude toward young Buddy. He doesn't trust them. He won't work with them. Dash in particular is held back in much the same way Buddy was.
You are an incredibly competitive boy. And a bit of a show-off.
The story and the character arc can only resolve with the realization that family is not a constraint upon, but rather is an extension of yourself. Like yourself, your family is special. Like you, they need a little bit of trust and they need a little bit of freedom. Like you, they work best as individuals in concert. The point is made by juxtaposition with the legacy of Mr. Incredible's flawed beginning, which is syndrome. Mr. Incredible only works alone at the beginning of the movie, and so Buddy is rejected, so Syndrome is born, and in turn Syndrome only works alone. He has to be solely and uniquely the best, and he craves the recognition that was denied him as a child. So, a fairly simple, tropey villain is the hero's creation and the ugly reflection of the hero's beginning flaws. The hero has created his own opposite. By contrast, what does Lex give us? Well, Lex hates Superman, he sure does that. There is the flavor of resentment about it as it comes out in his peroration. That overwritten claptrap about Einstein and Galileo is meant to tell us A, that Lex wants to be seen as the best, and B, that Superman threatens this because everybody loves him. This is not because of anything Superman has done to Lex besides merely existing. It is an expression of, at most, a preternatural loathing by Lex of anyone he thinks is better than him. And this all requires a bit of a reach, because Lex also throws in contradictory nonsense about Superman destroying us and ostensible appeals to the good of humanity that he otherwise doesn't care about in the least. Because the movie is entirely uninterested in a backstory James Gunn couldn't be bothered to invent, we get no past instances of Lex's world-destroying spite. He hates Superman, who is an all-powerful metahuman from space, but he lives in a world where metahumans, some of whom are from space, have existed for centuries. Incredibles teased Syndrome's reveal by hints at his actions against other superheroes in its universe. The disappearance of several heroes that Bob knows, revealed to be Syndrome's test cases and guinea pigs for the Omnidroid. The Lex we've been given, with what the movie tells us are his motives, would have been better supported by essentially repeating that trick. Maybe Lex is suing the corporation that backs the Justice Gang in a bid to undermine them. Maybe Superman's predecessor as the world's most powerful metahuman was taken out by a mysterious new metahuman who turns out to be Ultraman. Maybe Lex's complaint is with metahumans as a concept, and his focus on Superman is because Superman is just the epitome of the metahuman. These changes and additions could all have been told exclusively via MES and a couple of dialogue beats. They could have been added to background news reports or put in pages of the Daily Planet. Maybe Lex could be lobbying the government to try and overturn the law that allows superheroes to act in the world and replace them with his Planet Watch. Because superheroes are dangerous and unpredictable and too individual. Something a little bit more ideological. Again, just something to give Lex a little bit more than pettiness and spite. You might still run into the problem of Lex's animus telling us nothing about Superman himself. Unlike Buddy and Mr. Incredible, Superman did not make Lex the way he is, so Superman has nothing to learn from the way Lex is, for all the movie tries to shoehorn in some vague lesson about the power of humanity. A backstory or prologue beat in which Superman is credited for something Lex had done, or Superman foiled something Lex was trying to do, or Superman cost Lex something important to him, would have gone some way towards solving this problem. What we're looking for here is anything at all to accomplish the two following goals. Number 1, ground Lex and his villainy in the universe he's a part of. And number 2, provide a strong reason equivalently grounded for Lex's worst traits being brought out by Superman in particular. Without these, Lex is evil because the movie needs a villain, not because he has any particular reason to be. Outside The Incredibles and Syndrome, Loki in the MCU was a fairly good example of character being turned to villainy by the interaction of his backstory, his personality, and the events he's caught up in. He's a villain with a reason. You might even say,
burdened with glorious purpose.
Of course, there's pretty much no reason so watertight that it could justify the insane extent of Lex's villainy in this movie. No first film villain should have the ability to make and destroy universes. Not only does that completely break the world building in every conceivable way,
Inconceivable.
leaving that villain unusable in future installments, but it also depersonalizes the villain. It makes Lex into this weird, unknowable god being, and it detracts from his motive, which is supposed to be envy, born of an inferiority complex.
Seems that envy is my sin.
In what sense is he inferior, besides the obvious moral one?
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and hit you with an... I don't know.
Lex is in every other important respect more powerful than Superman, and his technology and resources are such that he could transform the world for the better more effectively than Superman ever could. Syndrome wants to beat Mr. Incredible, who is a much more limited hero than Superman, and Syndrome can build machines that'll do it, but he's incapable of earning the respect he thinks he deserves. In the first place, it's because beating Mr. Incredible is not the same as beating God himself. It actually doesn't take all that much, relatively speaking.
Kryptonite.
Syndrome's robot is advanced, but it is not make or break the universe advanced.
Oh, come on! You gotta admit this is cool!
His plan is to cause minor damage to a city while controlling the robot to make it look like he defeats it. He's after stolen valor. It's a low-stakes villain plan, ultimately, made more effective and more engaging by the fact that it is a character drama. The plan fails because Syndrome genuinely isn't as good as he thinks he is. Without the remote, without his tricks, without the ruse, when the robot is out of his control, he doesn't have what it takes. He is a nifty inventor and an egomaniacal cowardly weakling when it counts. Give Syndrome the power to make black holes and this calculation changes. The only reason Lex has something to prove is that he hasn't bothered using his incomprehensible powers to prove all that anyone could ever hope to prove. History and fiction alike are littered with villains whose envy, pettiness, jealousy, and spite drive them. But in all the best cases, these qualities come from somewhere and tell you about the villain, their nemesis, and the world they're a part of. They want power they don't have, recognition they can't get, confidence they don't really have because they are terrified by the weakness in themselves that they deny. Director Krennic in Andor and Rogue One is a petty, envious, grasping man who craves recognition because, in the Empire, if you are not on the way up, you are on the way out. Saruman in The Lord of the Rings is a petty, envious, greedy wizard who looks true power in the eye and concludes that the only way to beat it is to get it for yourself. Denethor is similar. Vain, petty, greedy, he spent his life sitting beneath the throne and he grasps at it to silence the terror and grief that evil has instilled in him. In Harry Potter, Professor Snape's worst, most villainous qualities are brought out by the memory of lost love and torment. Scar in The Lion King, Iago in Othello, all these characters have Lex-like characteristics, but all of them are built up within and responding to their world and the story they're a part of. And ideally, none of them are stupid. Stupidity is perhaps Lex's most egregious quality, because he is the instigator of every meaningful event, and because he is so awesomely powerful and well-equipped, he can only be beaten by making mistakes that most 10-year-olds wouldn't replicate even if you shot them all up with 50 cc's of the Jeffrey Epstein special. It turns the movie into a textbook idiot plot, made even worse because Lex is supposed to be a genius. The best villains, even the petty and the spiteful ones, are highly competent. Hubris can lead to the odd mistake, perhaps an overreach, perhaps underestimating some smaller quality in the hero that they themselves view as weakness. But Lex misuses all his tools from the minute he's introduced, which he has to do, because his tools are so awesomely powerful that they can only be brought down by stupidity, as extensively documented in our plot breakdown here. It is fine for you to enjoy Lex as a performance, it's fine if he reminds you of comics you like, it's fine if you got some basic itch scratched, but nobody would lose if James Gunn spent 1/10 of the care on him that other better writers put into the other entries in the long list of history's greatest villains. But hey, at least there's stuff to say about Lex. James Gunn's iteration of Superman himself seems designed to elicit no thoughts at all. It's one thing to strike for the idea that normalcy is the point. It's another thing to make normalcy boring. Superman as Superman is an inherently difficult character to work with because his power set, traditionally deployed, is unmatchable outside certain specific circumstances. Clark Kent being the human part of Superman and so possessed of human vulnerabilities is what traditionally makes Superman more interesting. But this movie isn't interested in the distinction. It is in fact dedicated to eliminating that distinction. The movie understands, in theory if not in practice, that the question of parenthood is a rich source for drama, but it takes the unusual and less profitable approach of placing that exclusively in Superman's side of the story. Clark Kent is not vulnerable in this story. He's not a weakness for any villain to exploit. Clark's relationships hardly factor. Ma and Pa Kent are never in danger. They're barely in the movie to begin with. Lois is never in danger. She actually stands outside the movie's A-plot throughout. Even by the low standards set by this film, it would be a stretch to call anyone in the Daily Planet offices a character. Being otherwise indistinguishable from Clark, Superman's established characteristics are: nice dude, bit naive, means well. This is how he starts, this is the middle point of his journey, and this is the end of his journey. Like Lex, they are more characteristics than values, for all the movie wanted to morph them into values at the close. They're never meaningfully shaken because his biological parents are uncomplicatedly evil. The movie treats the revelation as a setback, which it is on a purely plot level, but it is categorically not a character-shaking moment. The choice before Superman is so stark that there is functionally no choice to make. At no point does he contemplate following his biological parents' example because he immediately recognizes it to be total shit. His dilemma, if it can really be described as such, is so slight that it can be solved in a single conversation with the parents who adopted him, who raised him as a baby, and whose values he has embodied throughout the movie, for all he basically ignored them. So, having elided the Clark Kent side of the story, the movie then reduces Superman to a personification of the phrase, "Aw shucks." This is his default response to anything, even things that clearly conflict with his values. The one exception to this rule is the interview with Lois, where he gets mildly peeved because the rest of the world doesn't share his "aw shucks" attitude. There was much more promise in that scene than was ever delivered on, despite the big chunk of runtime it ate up. It shows us that Superman can get worked up by complications, by those whose view of good and bad, right and wrong is not as naively simplistic as his own. It shows that Superman is capable of anger, which is something the movie could have exploited in other scenes, and a flaw it could have had him overcome, except that it didn't. He doesn't get angry with the Justice Gang when they inhumanely terminate the kaiju. His response to that is, "Aw shucks." He does get a little bit angry when Lex steals his dog, but because it's not time for anything to happen yet, he leaves that scene so he can go home and say, "Aw shucks." His response to being arrested is, "Aw shucks, I was turning myself in, you didn't need to do that, aw shucks." He is momentarily upset when the nice H1B man gets shot in front of him, but that death had much more impact on Element Man than it did on Superman, who defaults back to "aw shucks" and saves everyone from prison. Superman's response to Lex tearing reality apart is, "Aw shucks, better save those people, I guess." His response to learning that Ultraman is his clone is, "Oh shucks, better kick him into that black hole." His response to Lex's final speech is, "Oh shucks, I'm a nice guy, really." His response to Crypto interrupting Lex's final speech is, "Oh shucks, stop doing that, Crypto." His response to his cousin, who may or may not have known things about his parents that she didn't tell him, is, "Oh shucks, she's drunk again." His response in the post-credit scene to the shoddy repair job is, you guessed it, "Oh shucks." And when Mr. Terrific gets angry, his response is, "Oh shucks, I can be such a jackass sometimes."
Get on with it. Yes, get on with it.
Now, I am all for a sunny, positive, optimistic Superman, especially after the miserable grunge clunge Zack Snyder gave us. But characters who are unfailingly, uncomplicatedly nice 100% of the time are really quite boring. Snyder at least understood that you have to do something to make Superman interesting. James Gunn took away from this that doing something was the wrong idea, so doing nothing would be popular.
I'm sorry, Zack Snyder.
Chinks in the armor, moments of anger, episodic failures to live up to his own ideal could all have been used to give Superman something to overcome, and to establish character flaws that would be profitable to explore both in this movie and in later movies. They could have been deployed while keeping the overall tone and tenor of the character intact. His "I'm human" speech means nothing because at no point has that ever been in doubt. Lois even told us as much. Superman never demonstrates the pitfalls he attributes to his human condition. He is simply nice, he is simply invincible, and he is simply right, and so he is very, very boring. These two, Lex and Superman, get top billing. Move just one tier down and the realm of character comes to resemble a desert. Lois Lane is a tough, competent, go-get-him journalist who has never once looked into the obviously evil deeds of the richest man in the universe, and her involvement in the A-plot is really just to exposit connections the audience might have slept through. Her interactions with Superman are threadbare. In the interview scene, she is there to gesture at a thematic conflict the movie is not prepared to explore. She says she knew the relationship would never work, for reasons, but in their next scene together, she expresses her steadfast, undying trust in Superman, which cuts short whatever character drama we might have built from their breakup. And there's just not much else to say about her. Guy Gardner is there in the main to demonstrate theme rather than character. He learns from the example Superman has not visibly set, and he saves the poor brown people. This might have been more effective had the movie established an antagonistic relationship between Gardner and Superman, even one predicated on penis envy, but there's barely a hint of that in the movie we got. Gardner is the subject of precisely two jokes, the Justice Gang name gag,
"Not our name, makes it sound like cowboys,"
and the bad haircut. But his most pronounced characteristic is that he is ludicrously indiscreet, which is only really present in that one scene, and which should impact the story more than it did. It's used as a one-off joke, but if this were actually a consistent part of his character, then Superman's secret identity would be widely known already, because Gardner spills it to the first journalist who walks into the room. The only thing to say about Hawkgirl is that she is a war criminal. This is funny because, like Gardner, she is nominally in Jarampur to represent theme. Like Gardner, she learns from the example she hasn't seen Superman set, and she flies over to rescue the Browns. Only then does she say, "I'm not Superman," and she murders an unarmed prisoner, suggesting the example she hadn't seen Superman set, that motivated her to fly over and save the Browns, did not, in fact, leave any impression on a character she doesn't have. This is the sort of thing that kind of needs to come up again in any subsequent film that she features in, but I would put money on us not addressing that again. Mr. Terrific seems to be the most popular of the secondary cast, but I suspect this has much more to do with his comic timing and his overall screen time than it does anything identifiable about his character. Because what is there about his character, besides his comic timing and his generally impatient demeanor?
Fuck if I know.
He puts nanites in people without their consent, which is played for laughs and functions as a contrivance, but then never gets discussed again. For reasons of racial profiling.
Ha!
Never heard that one before.
Compare him with Frozone in The Incredibles, who has significantly less screen time but feels so much more alive and characterful. He's portrayed as a bit of a player in the Prologue interviews.
Super ladies, they're always trying to tell you their secret identity. Super, mega, ultra lightning babe, that's all right with me.
But when we next see him in the car with Mr. Incredible, he seems more comfortably settled down.
What if we actually did what our wives think we're doing, just to shake things up?
The car scene has the added bonus of establishing that these are two old friends, which does more of the heavy lifting of history. And when Frozone tries to go and help out against the Omnidroid, he gets off to a false start because it's interrupting, if not domestic bliss, then a very settled domestic life.
Honey!
What?
Where's my super suit?
Why do you need to know?
I need it!
We've been planning this dinner for 2 months.
You tell me where my suit is, woman!
So, in very little screen time, Frozone is a firmly established character with not just personality and traits, but also values. And he also functions as something of a thematic parallel to Mr. Incredible, the one who really did adjust to his new life, and whose return to the old life is done in both the car at the beginning and the battle at the close to help out his friend. I don't think there's an equivalent amount to say for Mr. Terrific. He's as friendly as he needs to be to get involved in the plot, whether apologetically confirming that the leaked super rape video is genuine, or else volunteering to help Lois. Albeit his reasons for doing so pose questions of every other member of the Justice Gang, and probably every other unseen and unnamed superhero in the vicinity. Mr. Terrific is precious about his balls, as are we all, but because the climactic final battle is a battle to save reality, he could scarcely not have gotten involved with it, meaning we don't learn very much from his involvement in it. He has no particular attachment to Superman or to Lois, he just believes, sensibly, that protecting reality is probably the right thing to do. Mr. Terrific reminds me less of Frozone than of Mahershala Ali's not-quite Blade character in the recent Jurassic World movie. His big character moment was saving some children. The movie wanted you to think that this is because he had a kid once and that kid died, but because saving the children is A, a universal good, and B, every other character's motive, it really doesn't tell you anything about him. I did a whole video on that movie and on the themes and devices in the original Jurassic Park and Michael Crichton's novel. It's pretty good, you should check it out after this one. In short, and back to Superman, the problem with Mr. Terrific isn't that he's not enjoyable, it's that you could have put pretty much any other hero in his position and they would have done the same thing. Give them the same personality and they would be just as funny, and so just as popular. As with Guy Gardner, the praise seems to have much more to do with the performance than it does the character being performed. It's a perfectly decent performance, don't get me wrong, but we're trying to talk character and we have already run out of things to say. Jimmy Olsen, he's in the movie, he is inexplicably popular with the ladies, he helps expose Lex's plot, not because of any clever journalistic work, but because Lex's girlfriend has the hots for him. He is, if anything, extremely reluctant to milk this particular source for reasons of comedy, despite knowing a fair amount about the stakes involved. And he's not competent enough to fully expose the plot on his own terms, relying on Lois to make the most important connections for him, which in turn drags her out of one of the most important character scenes in the movie, and we've already covered why that was a bad idea. A movie that spent more time with Superman as Clark in the Daily Planet offices might have had time to turn Olsen into something more than a plot device. Again, with an eye to future stories, perhaps he could be jealous of Clark, not only professionally, but of his relationship with Lois in particular. That would give us something to work with later, potentially a flaw, a vulnerability to be exploited, a source for antagonism, something to flesh out the stakes in Clark's personal life. But nah, Jimmy Olsen, he leaves the movie much as he enters it, a blank slate. Speaking of plot devices, we have to talk about Eve. Eve Eve is an absurd creation who reflects awfully on Lex and his judgment. I don't know what he sees in her, and the movie doesn't either. I don't know why he kept her around, and the movie doesn't either. I don't know why he let her take all those compromising photographs, and the movie doesn't either. It makes Eve quite a confusing character, in that it is simultaneously quite a clever thing to do, and yet she is, otherwise, a total idiot. Her motive for turning on Lex seems to predate the movie, hence her taking photographs in her very first scene. She knows about the secret prison dimension where all the ex-girlfriends are kept, leaked to any journalist at any time. This would have brought Lex down, and her reasons for not doing so until the allotted point in the script are that she had to wait for the allotted time in the script, because that's how writing works. Eve performs a similar-ish function to Mirage in The Incredibles, except that Mirage's turn against Syndrome is a character beat as well as a plot device, whereas Eve's turn against Lex is just a plot device, and a particularly cheap and terrible one at that. Mirage is swayed when she sees the extent to which Syndrome will go. She finds power alluring, that's the reason she's here, but when Syndrome attempts to murder Mr. Incredible's wife and kids, the scales are lifted from her eyes. Her chief role is as a plot device, but in good movies, even plot devices tend to have a little bit of character, and in Superman, the protagonist doesn't, so that's wonderful. There is nothing to say about Ultraman save that he exposes Superman's absent characterization. He makes no meaningful attempt to reason or to sympathize with Ultraman, despite Ultraman being perversely a kind of brother. And when Ultraman dies, Superman follows it up with a quip.
I'm not messing around. I'm doing important stuff.
So that's another plot device that makes no contribution to character, despite nominally being one. And that really just leaves us with the Engineer. The Engineer helpfully and awfully exposits her premise early in the movie.
I've sacrificed my own humanity to help get rid of it.
And at the time we wondered, why? And at the end of the movie we wonder, why? Lex mentions her pride early on in the movie.
Your pride won't be making our choices today, Angela.
Well, thank you. We'll need more than you when we enter.
Pride, though, is not one of her characteristics in the movie, so I don't know where that was supposed to lead. Lex made her for reasons. She sacrificed her humanity to stop Superman for reasons. Superman made an appeal to her moral principles, which she doesn't have, only to use her as a baseball bat, whereafter she goes back to trying to stop him for reasons. The actress seems to have been part of a different movie entirely.
Meanwhile, at the Super Best Friends League comics, she is often a hero, you know?
She is.
So, was that something...
Watch out, Sarah. Are you gonna flip? Yeah.
I'm serious. Well, because there were moments of moral ambiguity.
It's just who she is. In this, in this story, she just happens to be teaming up with the wrong person, but for the right reasons. She does want to change the world and make it better. She's deeply affected by the path the world has taken, has her been hurt so much as a child. Her parents, were killed in a violent accident, and she needs to change. So she sees in Lex the tool to make that happen. And at the beginning, she does believe in him. He has, very good reasons to do what he does. And she starts to realize he's not the best person to do that and to team up with. But she's too deep into it now and she can't back out. But we'll see next. Definitely it is paving the way for the future. Hopefully, if everything goes well with this one.
What the hell?
She just made all that up. But I fucking appreciate the audacity, the sheer fucking audacity to just do in this interview and say, you know what? I'm just gonna make all of this up. I'm just gonna invent a backstory for my character like it's a Dungeons and Dragons game right now on the spot. Fucking props, kudos. Good for you.
It makes you wonder whether she actually filmed just a different movie and she still hasn't seen the one that made it into theaters yet. Because fucking no, absolutely none of that
absolutely not. None of that's in there.
Well, I mean, maybe in early versions they really did have like an extended backstory stuff that was completely cut, or maybe James Gunn has all of this stuff in his head and his mind for the lore, and he told her about it, and she just doesn't realize that none of this is in the movie or could even be extrapolated from the movie.
No.
Or really, more accurately, is completely contradictory to what we see in the movie.
Some of the shit she's saying is insane. She's like, oh, Lex just turns out maybe he's not the right guy for that. It's like, he's a psychopathic monster. What do you mean?
No, what he's doing is for good reasons. He's just a bad guy, but yeah.
She goes off to fight for him after he's torn reality in half. She's still on his side when he tears reality in half. Superman smashes her to the floor and says, hey, it's not too late, for no fucking reason. He doesn't know who she is.
That's it,
immediately he uses her as a club, as a weapon, and then she goes back to fighting against Superman for Lex. All the character stuff she's talking about there was swapped for a single line, which is the worst line in the movie, where she says, oh, I sacrificed my humanity in order to stop it. That's her character.
So I think this stuff actually was in there, but it all got stripped out. Because why the fuck did Superman even say that line? That was always like a weird little moment where he was like, hey, it's not too... It's just like, huh? It's like, oh, maybe there was actually a story where she was a good person, I guess. Didn't make it in.
The engineer we got demonstrates about as much character work as Captain Phasma, which I just fucking no. And that is kind of it on the character front. 2 bad characters, 1 ancillary character, 2 plot devices, and 3 gimmicks. Truly, we are dining well in the world of superhero media.
Stop eating up screen time with stupid comic relief characters and put more cool shit in the story!
Guys, I'm a fan too. Why do you think Warner Brothers put me behind that desk you now owe me?
So you could pitch Batman ideas to yourself?
Exactly.
This leaves us finally with theme. The theme of James Gunn's Superman is a deceptively difficult thing to address. On its face, it is simple, but in its execution, it is inept, and so it becomes complicated. A movie may stand or fall on the resonance of its theme. It is, after all, what the movie is supposed to be about, and what it is about will either speak to, or not, its various audiences. Simplicity and universality are the traditional keys to a successful theme. Simplicity in order that the movie be understood, universality in order that it be approachable to a broad cross-section of global society. Superman 1978 is by some distance the most successful iteration of Superman as a property. It earned around $1.5 billion adjusted for inflation, and its domestic and international box office split was as close as you could wish to 50-50. The idea that Superman is principally an American hero with particularly American appeal might apply to various comics runs, and it might apply to subsequent movies, but Superman 78 proved that it was not necessarily true. That movie actually earned a little bit more internationally than domestically, and while the comparison here is between America and the rest of the world, this is largely explained by America being the largest market by far of any single country on Earth at that time. In other words, it is more comparable than the headline figure might suggest. Superman 78 scores well on both simplicity and universality. It successfully parlayed the Moses come Jesus inspiration behind the comic's character into movie form, playing on some of the most familiar tropes in all of fiction. The being who is both human and more, who struggles to reconcile power and purpose, ultimately accepting his destined role as savior of all mankind. Flying around the world to reverse time is the kind of ultimate ascendance play that makes sequels almost impossible to make functional, and its reputation has taken something of a hit because sequels were made anyway. The only people trying to make a sequel out of the Bible were the Muslims, and they had to retcon Jesus' superpowers to make that work. But Superman's time fuckery is the ultimate expression of that movie's theme, which is the culmination of the messianic arc, and its problems dissipate if you treat Superman 78 as the first and only Superman movie. The theme's trappings, its plot, and its character similarly aim for simplicity and universality. That movie's Lex Luthor is nobody's idea of a complicated villain. He is a comic book master of satanic mischief who contains some of the same flaws as Lex in this movie. But he doesn't have to be especially clever to ace 2025's Lex Luthor in any IQ test. His plan forces Superman into the kind of moral and personal bind that is essential if Superman is to be an interesting character. Superman's human form is Clark Kent, and Clark Kent possesses all the simple and universal human wants and fears. This creates Superman's failure, his inability to be in two places at once, his failure to save everyone, and particularly his being too late to save Lois. And in turn it provides the impetus for his final becoming. That becoming is the culmination of a theme that spans the entire movie, the difference between the supernatural caution of Jor-El.
Your powers will far exceed those of mortal. It is forbidden for you to interfere with human history.
And Jonathan Kent's human faith in what is essentially grace and divine purpose.
And there's one thing I do know, son, and that is you are here for a reason.
By becoming the Godhead, Superman ironically becomes more human, no longer standing above and apart from humanity, but instead using his full power to redeem it. It's a solid movie, thematically speaking, and it takes on additional resonance in context. Some movies catch a cultural mood, and some answer a cultural need. This generally maps the distinction between utopic and dystopic storytelling, with dystopian stories capturing the mood and utopian movies answering the need. Superman 78 is a utopic story. While Jimmy Carter was going on TV depressing everyone, and America was in its then famous malaise,
the symptoms of this crisis of the American spirit are all around us. For the first time in the history of our country, a majority of our people believe that the next 5 years will be worse than the past 5 years.
Man, you're the president.
Superman rose above it and provided something optimistic. Marvel's Avengers played a similar role in the aftermath of the global financial crisis of 2008, portraying a disparate and divided group of archetypal heroes coming together to serve the common good. It provided a corrective to a divided society. Their archetypal nature is what allowed each movie to transcend their American core audience and speak to much of the world around. You don't get much more American than a character called Captain America, but, and like Superman, Steve Rogers was recognizable and familiar to damn near everyone because he embodied old and universal values. Both Zack Snyder and James Gunn half recognized and entirely struggled to recapture the core of Superman's character and the character of his movie. Snyder's sentiments tend toward the dystopic anyway, which history suggests is not what the general audience much wants from superhero media. That is not to say nobody enjoys darker superhero stories, but rather that they are more commonly appreciated for their utopic values. Any kind of comparative analysis is hampered by the fact that Snyder's DCEU work was a total mess on pretty much every other level, as well as its theme.
Did I dream? You dreamed about me.
But if you take Watchmen as an example of a better written expression of Snyder's inclinations, the same trend is evidenced. Watchmen was enjoyed by a passionate but comparatively small audience. Snyder's understanding of Superman's Judeo-Christian archetypal role was typically of him facile, but Snyder did understand that vague Jesus imagery would be more universalist than localizing the theme in, say, Man of Steel. Snyder likewise understood the power of Superman's human vulnerabilities, albeit he decided the best way to represent this was having Pa Kent get himself all gobbled up by a tornado. Snyder then broadly failed to mesh character and theme for the rest of that movie, and you're left with the impression that Snyder had intimated a theme, was maybe formulating something to say, but lacked the essential competence required to translate it. But hey, at least he gave us the penis ships.
My penis! Stop, penis! Come back here!
James Gunn's Superman is an interesting contrast because you don't ever get the sense he did have something to say. If Snyder understood that humanity is a traditional Superman theme and he attempted badly to put his own spin on it,
Honestly, it's preschool. It's worse than preschool.
Gunn identified the same trope and kind of just didn't. Words are spoken. Superman outright tells us that his power is his humanity, but where is this really represented in anything we see? The almost non-existence of Clark Kent is a very bad sign, because it translates into an almost total absence of human dilemma for Superman. As has been mentioned, nobody he loves is ever in danger. He is never forced to make a choice between two incompatible ends. His humanity does not have time to shine through, because he never really has to make a human decision. The closest to a human decision you get in the movie will be Element Man deciding to help Superman because Superman can save his kid. That requires no learning on Superman's part, it just requires him to do the thing he would always have done. And the setup requires, as has been explained at length, that the audience swallow a big fat egg of solid fuck. Then you get the unlearning of that important lesson about simplicity and universality. As described in the case of Superman 78, simplicity actually requires hard work and understanding on the part of the writer. A simplistic attitude to simplicity will create a confused mess where thoughts have not been followed through to their conclusions, resulting in a significant divergence between the movie's intended and its actual theme, with the intention being simplicity and the result being unintended complexity. The Lois Lane interview scene tees us up for the movie's Jaranpur arc, which is where the majority of the movie's thematic content can be found. Superman intervenes before the movie begins to stop a war. He is criticized for this. Kind of. He doesn't understand why. The movie isn't too sure on that point either. The movie wishes us to understand that its theme is simple in its wrap-up. Clark tells us that his humanity is his greatest strength because he tries to do good and sometimes he fails and he gets sad and he gets angry, but he just keeps on keeping on doing his level best because that is what humans do. Lex, they just do their best. Lex, don't be a dick, Lex. This in turn is the example that inspires those around him to do the right thing, as Guy Gardner, Hawkgirl, and Element Man fly off to solve Middle East politics. From which we take the lesson. You might cock up, but as long as you try to do the right thing, you are basically good people, and good people provide an example that inspires others to be good people as well. Oh dear, would that it were that simple. The movie's intended theme comes into conflict with the movie we actually got. After all, how was Superman's example realized? Well, a couple of non-state corporate-backed superheroes went and did exactly what Superman was criticized for doing at the start of the film, and one of them committed a major war crime in this endeavor. Are we to take it that the movie's theme is that corporations can do what governments cannot? Are we to take it that giant multinationals should send private armies to stop unfashionable wars and murder foreign leaders? Are we to take it that the Geneva Conventions do not apply if the narrative stresses that said foreign leader is a dick? Is it permissible to assassinate unarmed opponents? And what of those lines about Jaranpur's historically unpleasant rulers?
Siding with a nation, Jaranpur, which historically has not been a friend
Jaranpur
to the US,
has
against a nation that's technically our ally.
If they take power again, does Sean Gunn get to send Hawkgirl to murder them as well? Because she's following Superman's example, but she's not Superman, and so her moral scruples exist, except insofar as they don't, because she follows a human example, until she doesn't. Or maybe she does. Is this the expression of humanity's strength, James? That murder is fine so long as you think you're doing the right thing? I get that this is how a lot of people do think, but it's the kind of thing the theme in a Superman movie should really be against. That the movie chooses to hone in on Middle East-style foreign interventionism and the complicated legacy thereof is an example of current-day particularism. American domestic recriminations about the last few decades of foreign policy is not an example of a universalist theme, and you only need to scratch its surface to reveal the complexity beneath this simplistic framing. I don't think it's coincidental that James Gunn's Superman, unlike its 1978 forebear, has struggled internationally. The issue it chooses to exemplify its theme is localized, the lessons we are supposed to take from it are then botched, and when you look away from that issue, the movie has pretty much nothing else to offer. Where is the humanity in Superman 2025? Where are humanity's strengths? How are they exemplified in the movie's protagonist? Does the protagonist have any relationships we can relate to? Does he struggle with anything that interests us on a fundamental level? Is the theme tested? Are his moral values tested? Does the answer provide us any reason to be optimistic? Or does the writer think a short generic speech is sufficient? The movie has quite a lot to say, or at least to depict, about the vices of humanity. Corruption, militarism, vanity, greed, short-sightedness, looking a bit Jewish. It is, after all, humans who created the problem Superman was trying to solve. It's humans who turned against him on a flimsy pretext because they are fickle. Superman is great in humanity's eyes until some monkey trolls and a message that might have been forged tell us that he isn't, until the news tells us he is again, and we just run with whichever narrative we're given. It's a human, Lex, who does more to embody the worst traits of humanity than Superman does their opposites. Lex is vain, petty, spiteful, egotistical, he will tear everything down if he cannot sit atop it, and until Superman arrived, sit atop it he did. By the information given to us in the movie, Lex is the richest, most successful, and most powerful person in the world. He has, in other words, been rewarded for all his worst traits. Against this, Superman can offer, yeah, but I'm nice, and sometimes I fuck up, I guess, but you know, that's my greatest strength. Because I say it is. Humanity is, in fact, quite lucky that Jor-El told Superman to rape us all, because that's just about the only thing Superman could hear that is worse than what we had done to him, that is worse than what Lex would do to him. If that message had been different, if its instruction had been otherwise, what reason would Superman have to listen to Pa Kent over the rape lords of Krypton? What else do we know about Superman besides that he is against Harvey Weinsteining entire planets? What does the movie's theme say besides that raping everyone to death is a bad thing? Pretty much nothing. Superman could blunder into a war zone and accidentally trigger the nuclear holocaust, but oh shucks, at least he means well. Where Superman in 1978 made a conscious decision, motivated by personal tragedy, married with faith and nobility, to save humanity, Superman in 2025 chooses us by default. Many villains would make the same decision because the alternative is just a little bit too evil for them. What has Superman actually learned from this experience? It actually reminds me quite a bit of Team America, going around and destroying the world in order to save it. Except that Team America is much more intelligent, it has better character work, and it has a much more definitive thematic conclusion. We were wrong, says the movie, but so were the Film Actors Guild, and at least we're not terrorists. We shouldn't repudiate our good intentions. We shouldn't shy away from the world, but sometimes we have learned circumspectly we will need to piss you off to stop something worse from happening. It preaches a synthesis of good intentions, restraint, and responsibility learned by the core cast over the course of that movie. There is a delta between Team America's starting position,
surprise, cockbags!
and Team America's ending position.
That if you don't let us fuck this asshole, we are gonna have our dicks and our pussies all covered in shit.
Journeys and arcs have been experienced. Superman, on the other hand, ends the movie pretty much affirming the rightness of his starting position. He wasn't wrong to intervene in Jaranpur, which event kick-started the entire film, because he was trying to do the right thing, and even if he just cocked it up a little bit, his intentions were noble and therefore good. If Superman were on that stage in Team America, Kim Jong-un would have won, because Superman has learned nothing, and because Superman has learned nothing, neither have we. That brings us to the close of this video. Somehow it is also the beginning of James Gunn's DCU. Kind of, except those bits of the older DCEU that he decides to bring in on a whim. Oh, and maybe also Creature Commandos? Oh, and yeah, bits of Peacemaker, and also, maybe The Flash? I thought it worth spending quite a bit of time on this one because, according to common sense and in unusual harmony, James Gunn, Superman is the first movie of the first chapter of the newish universe, and so the de facto start of that universe. Chapter 1 of the DCU is entitled Gods and Monsters, and it was supposed to comprise 5 movies: Superman, The Authority, The Brave and the Bold, Supergirl, and Swamp Thing. But given the current release order now reads Superman, Supergirl, and Clayface, and that's pretty much it seems unwise to project too far down the line. The excuse trotted out is that James Gunn will not greenlight a project until the script is complete and he is happy with it. But you do have to wonder how much structure can be inferred from a universe outline in which damned near every single part is a moving one. What we can say with some certainty is that as a first page in a first chapter, Superman is a disaster. It has been entertaining to watch its most ardent supporters predict $1 billion when I started making this video, and now to be found celebrating a $600 million haul while deciding that the concept of inflation was invented to make the movie look bad. I know, I'm sorry, I know Man of Steel was terrible, but it did make more money. When I say Superman is a disaster though, I am not referring to its box office. I am referring to its story, which has done so much to destroy the only character it bothered characterizing and to desecrate the world it expects us to inhabit for many years to come. If this is the foundation for this universe, that universe is built on rot. It will gradually, perhaps even rapidly, collapse in on itself, and the rubble that's left will be sucked into one of the many black holes Lex Luthor can make, because Jesus fucking Christ, no! Where this leaves the superhero genre as a whole is yet to be revealed, but if the hope was that Superman would arrest, never mind correct, the slide, I think we have enough information to conclude that no, it has not. My strong suspicion is that the upcoming Avengers movies will provide the final major tentpole cultural events in this genre of movie making. Maybe the DCU will limp on with smaller budgets earning smaller returns. Maybe we will head back to the kind of early 2000s period in which relatively small budget superhero movies with a relatively small cultural footprint will linger on in cinemas for some considerable time. But nothing so far has convinced me that 2026 will be anything other than the end of the major superhero movie. I hope you've enjoyed the ride, and that brings us to the close of this video. What a journey it's been! It was going to be quite a bit longer, but alas, life and the flu got in the way. Videos like this are not quick or easy to make, and I am indebted to a few people for ensuring that I am able to get them turned around in a span of weeks rather than months. My thanks go to my patrons. I know you guys don't get shouted out all that often, and I offer absolutely no perks for your kind subscriptions, but your support is vital in keeping things ticking over during the long gaps between videos. Especially now that YouTube has made it its mission to ruin the platform for as many creators as possible. Long-form content requires a certain level of performance to be sustainable, and for reasons extensively documented by others already, YouTube seems to be making this more difficult. I don't put content behind paywalls or subscription tiers, and I have no intention of doing so. I will continue as I am for as long as it is sustainable. But the whole platform's looking a little bit rocky at the moment, so who knows for how much longer that will be true. My thanks also go to Tyler Wolf, who stepped in to help with editing this video, and to my long-standing editor, who spent so long looking at this terrible movie that he has decided to quit. His work is greatly appreciated, and he's been invaluable this last year and a bit. I wish him well in all his future endeavors, and I am sure you do as well. As for my future endeavors, I don't have very much to say. I'm still writing a AAA video game, I still livestream the best show in the universe probably on Monday nights, and there is EFAP every Saturday. And I've just opened a high street business, so I can guarantee having too much to do whatever happens. But for this channel, for perhaps the first time since I started, I don't actually know what I'll be covering next. Hey, I could even use the time to complete one of those older projects I've been promising for a while. Stranger things have happened. Whatever it is, it will be something, and that something will release at some point in the coming weeks. My second channel still exists for highlights and short videos, and I've got a few of those in mind, so click the subscribe button over there if you haven't already. Don't expect YouTube to notify you about those new releases. That level of functionality is far beyond them these days. For now, that is it. You are released. Go outside. Goodbye.
Oh my, this isn't racist at all.
He's called Egg Foo.
What does he do?
He does all things through eggs.
Fuck,
I'm trying to make out, was it even said at the top of there at the at this very moment on the enemy island of Golong?
Oolong.
Most shrouded Pacific, the most baleful brain that had ever been steeped in oriental cunning for the sole purpose of annihilating the free world. That's its master stroke, and it's just an egg.
Hail to thee, magnificent Egg Foo. That's what it said.
Did they write this racist? The foolish Americans? No.
Not know the instant any of the pilot attempt to take photographs.
Oh my God, you're right. Yes, they did. Photographs.
They might just as well bless the tiger against.
Oh my fucking God.